first to thank the Icelandic Parliament for their great hospitality and tremendous efforts to organize our today's meeting here in this beautiful building. I've said it. The Secretary General of the Parliament said, I have to say that I adore the building. I said I adore my wife and my grandchildren, but I adore this building as well, Madam Secretary General. But your preparations here ahead of the 4th Summit of Heads of State and Government, here tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Iceland is performing at the best of its abilities. Chapeau. We colleagues are gathered here on the eve of what is likely to become indeed a truly historic summit. And it's difficult to think of a place better fit for purpose. It was here in Reykjavik in 1986 where President Ronald Reagan and President Mikhail Gorbachev met and began the end to end the Cold War. The end of the Cold War opened the possibilities for the first time ever to unite nearly all European states under the Statute of the Council of Europe and the European Convention on Human Rights. That was truly an achievement. During the 2nd and the 3rd summit, the Council of Europe evaluated the progress made in line with the statute's goal, and I quote, to achieve greater unity in Europe, to safeguard and realize the ideals and principles which are our common heritage, as is stated in Article 1 of the statute. This Council of Europe is a unique peace process, as it will be recognized tomorrow and the day after tomorrow by the heads of state and government when they meet here. Welcome, Madam Minister. A pleasure to have you here. This is already the 3rd time that I met you here. Reykjavik is not that big. Tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, our heads of state and government will recognize that the Council of Europe is a unique peace project. It started almost 75 years ago in the aftermath of a really devastating Second World War, with one clear goal: to prevent a new war in Europe from ever happening again. It seemed for long a success story. But when Russia, then our biggest member state, crossed the Ukrainian borders on 24 February 2022, it brought war of aggression back in Europe. Russia's aggression also crossed the red lines of the Council of Europe, and by doing so, existentially challenged the European peace project. Russia was quickly expelled from our organization at the unanimous request of our assembly. But the challenge still is there. And other challenges as well. We notice a growing erosion of trust in democratic institutions and principles that may exacerbating already existing democratic backslide in Europe. There are great worries on the environment, on climate change, on the consequences of artificial intelligence for human rights, and much, much more. The urgent need to start to find sustainable answers to these huge challenges brings our leaders together here in Reykjavik. And us as well, to show the parliamentary dimension of Europe's oldest and broadest organization, which stands for the conviction that, and I quote again, the pursuit of peace based upon justice and international cooperation is vital for the preservation of human society and civilization, as a preamble to the statute emphasizes, and it will be mentioned again in the final declaration, I hope, that will be delivered here on Wednesday afternoon by the heads of state and government after the closure of their summit. Being here is also a reminder that it was our assembly which has called for the summit since long, and especially since the beginning of Russia's war of aggression. It is most satisfactory that our governments have responded to this call quickly and decisively. Here in Reykjavik, we witness the outcome of this collective effort by the Committee of Ministers, the Parliamentary Assembly, and the Secretary General. I wish to warmly thank all those who contributed to making this summit become a reality, including the Italian, the Irish, and the Icelandic presidencies of the Committee of Ministers and the Secretary General of the Council of Europe. And special thanks to the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Thoris. You were in charge of organizing the summit, and you made it. Congratulations. I'm also happy to stress that many of the decisions to be taken here in the 4th summit are in line with the many ideas that were generated within our assembly in the past year. I wish to convey my special gratitude to Fiona O'Loughlin, whose report collected all these ideas which have inspired our heads of state and government when preparing their decisions, which will be taken tomorrow and the day after tomorrow at the summit. Let me Sure, Julian, these are our ideas. Fiona brought them together, and our heads of state and government have listened very carefully to us. Let me mention, amongst the things that will be in the final statement, I hope, is our call to set up a comprehensive system of accountability with a view to ensuring that all wrongful acts committed by Russia in and against Ukraine are properly investigated, prosecuted and punished, and that justice is indeed done. The summit will strongly support the call for an ad hoc tribunal for the crime of aggression and establish a unique register of damage within the Council of Europe, the very first accountability mechanism for the consequences of Russian aggression set up by the international community. And I have learned that many member states and states outside Europe will already accede to that partial agreement of the Council of Europe. Truly a success. Let me also emphasize that the summit will set a most needed, broad, forward-looking agenda, recommitting our member states to the values, principles, and standards of the Council of Europe. We will see that in the final statement there is a Reykjavik list of principles for democracy, something that will help us as Parliamentary Assembly to hold our governments accountable for maintaining and promoting democracy in the whole of Europe. The summit will launch the work on restoring, strengthening and, where needed, reinventing rules-based multilateralism as the best possible answer against aggressive unilateralism. The Assembly's continuous call for democratic security in Europe is now heard by our heads of state and government, and it will be shown during the summit. Dear colleagues, speaking here at the opening of our Standing Committee meeting in November last year, I urged all of you, when embarking on the road to Reykjavik, to work relentlessly in cooperation with our governments to arrive here in time with meaningful results. Today, I am happy and I am proud to say that we have succeeded in this mission. From now, we will follow closely what our heads of state and government will finally conclude and propose, and then we will start our evaluation already during our next Standing Committee next week in Riga. Once again, thank you all for being here, where the road to Reykjavik is now going to end, and the road for our future travel towards greater unity in Europe, based on justice and international cooperation, will start from now. Thank you very much, and I give the floor to the Speaker of the Icelandic Parliament, Mr. Birger Armansson.
President Cox, Foreign Minister, members of the Standing Committee and Secretary General, dear guests. It's a great pleasure for me to welcome you, the Standing Committee of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, to Iceland for the second time in less than 6 months. It might be unusual, but the reason is, of course, twofold. Firstly, it was seen fit to have a meeting of the parliamentary representatives adjacent to the Leader Summit of the Council of Europe. Secondly, we are of course living in exceptional times with extraordinary challenges in Europe. For almost 15 years, an illegal war of territorial conquest has been waging on Ukrainian soil. The resilience and bravery of the people and the leadership of Ukraine is admired by all of us, and I strongly condemn the illegal and brutal invasion of the Russian Federation. Last Friday, I had the pleasure to meet with the Deputy Chairman, Kondratyuk, of the Ukrainian Verkhovna Rada in Alþingi, and 3 weeks ago, I met with Chairman Stefanchuk in Prague. Ukraine needs our support, which can be yielded in many ways. The Parliamentary Assembly has contributed to supporting Ukraine with numerous resolutions and other actions, most recent being the Resolution 2495 on the deportation and forcible transfers of Ukrainian children and other civilians to the Russian Federation and the occupied territories. Ukraine needs and deserves our support, and Russian authorities must be held accountable. I look very much to listen to Chairman Stefanchuk video message today, and I hope we will express our support for Ukraine strongly in this meeting. This morning, many of you participated in a roundtable on democracy, fit for the future, and observed the launching ceremony of the Vigdis Prize for Women Empowerment. The items on the agenda of your meeting today are both relevant and important. Following the calamities of the Second World War, a liberal-based world order was established with successful multilateral organizations, from the UN and Bretton Woods institutions to the regional organizations such as the Council of Europe. This world order has been challenged in recent years in many ways, and multilateralism has been under strain, most recently, of course, by Russia's illegal war of aggression. But the multilateral architecture and the rule-based international order is of utmost importance for all of us. A world order based on unilateralism and rule by the force of the strong is not the way forward. We all benefit for the adherence to international law and peaceful settlement of disputes, not only us, the very small members of the family of nations. Tomorrow, the leaders of Europe will meet in Reykjavik for the 4th summit of the Council of Europe in its history. This is by far the largest event of such high caliber hosted by Iceland. The Parliamentary Assembly has contributed with valuable input to the summit, which I hope will be successful. I'm also hopeful that your meeting will be successful here today. I will soon have to return to the Parliament, where a plenary meeting will start at 3 o'clock, but I look forward to seeing you all in Alþingi for the reception this evening. And again, warm welcome to Reykjavik, Iceland, and I wish you all the best in your important work here today.
Thank you so much, dear Birger, Mr. Speaker of the Alþingi. And now we are going to listen to a recorded speech of the Speaker of the Verkhovna Rada, who was not able to come and visit us here in person, but who would love to address this standing committee.
Your Excellency, Mr. President, honorable members of the Standing Committee, dear colleagues and friends, I am grateful for the invitation to address this Standing Committee at its extraordinary meeting on the eve of the 4th Council of Europe Summit. I strongly believe that we as parliamentarians should demonstrate our leadership and contribute to the decision-makers process of our organization, strengthening our core values, democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. Since their foundation in 1949, the Council of Europe has come a long way to upholding and promoting its fundamental principles and objectives. Today, Europe faces extreme challenges confronting Russia's full-scale and brutal aggression against Ukraine. This hostility is an attack on all our values and principles and the foundations of European architecture, built to avoid a repetition of the Second World War atrocity. I am convinced that in these dark times for our continent, the organization's unwavering commitment to these values and principles is more important than ever. Our Parliamentary Assembly, as an essential part of Council of Europe, has a crucial responsibility to address Russia's full-scale aggression and to take a firm stand against violation of international law. This Assembly fulfills its mandate, having made several decisive actions to counter Russian aggression. The Assembly has been the first body of the international organization to call for the exclusion of Russia from the Council of Europe for its serious violations of the Council Statute. We are all convinced that international justice must prove its ability to punish the criminal and restore justice. The aggressor state, all international criminals from the highest leadership to a common soldier must be held accountable for their crimes. Ukrainians desperately need justice, but the world will not be safe if the guilty escape punishment. In this regard, Parliamentary Assembly has been steadfast in its efforts to ensure accountability for those responsible. The Assembly has been the first to call for the establishment of an ad hoc international tribunal and a comprehensive international reparation mechanism. The Assembly has been the first to call on our member states to recognize the Russian regime as a terrorist one. Moreover, the Assembly took another historical decision at its last session, recognizing the forced deportation of Ukrainian children as a crime of genocide. I call for the Parliamentary Assembly to maintain and strengthen its leadership role in the future, setting a good example for other international bodies to follow. Dear colleagues, at this defining moment in European history, we should confirm our unity around common values and our unwavering commitment to the multilateralism based on international law. The first summit should have the ambition to set a forward-looking agenda for the Council of Europe, placing the interests, concerns, and expectations of people at the heart of the organization of mission. I believe that in the coming day, the leaders of the Council of Europe will unite and take a firm stand against the Russian aggression against Ukraine. Our collective commitment to the principles of sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity must remain unshaken. Everyone realizes that the world needs clear guarantees of non-repetition of aggression instead of extensive discussion about peace. This is exactly what the 10-point peace plan presented by Ukraine and its President Volodymyr Zelensky is aimed at. We have a clear action plan, so now is the time for its implementation. Thus, we expect that the Council of Europe will play its role and participation in the implementation of peace formula in those areas where its mandate allows. The establishment of the register of damages caused by the aggression of the Russian Federation against Ukraine is a historical decision that will allow us to begin the process of establishing justice. However, this is only the first step to ensure that justice prevails. Leaders of the Council of Europe member states should adopt a comprehensive approach to hold the Russian Federation accountable for its actions. We accept that summit will support the establishment of an ad hoc international tribunal and a comprehensive international compensation mechanism. The fourth summit should also ensure that the Council of Europe strengthens its support for Ukraine, both immediately and after the end of the war of aggression, well-functioning democratic institution, respect for the rule of law, adherence to democratic standards, and greater European integration are essential for the democratic security of Ukraine and Europe. Dear friends, by concluding my address, I would like to wish you a fruitful discussion and invite you to send clear messages to the participants of the summit, confirming our commitment to the Council of Europe's fundamental principles and calling for concrete action to restore peace on our continent.
Thank you so much, dear Ruslan, Mr. Speaker of the Verkhovna Rada, for your clear words to our Standing Committee and to the upcoming summit. Now, formally, I have to ask you whether we can adopt the agenda of the Standing Committee. I do not see any objection. So now we are going to start with a special event that will be the heart of this Standing Committee. And may I first invite the chairperson of the Icelandic delegation, Mr. Bjarni Jónsson, to make some introductory remarks. Bjarni, you have the floor.
Minister, President Cox, members of the Standing Committee, and Secretary General, dear guests and dear friends. It's a true honor to give the opening remarks for this vital discussion on the fourth summit and our united values that must prevail despite these challenging times. And I'm especially proud and honored by being able to welcome you here in Iceland. At this historic occasion, the Parliamentary Assembly had been pushing for a fourth summit, even before the illegal invasion of Ukraine, and has since taken the lead in an impressive and unified manner. The focus of our discussion here today is on the Council of Europe as a key player of the multilateral architecture. The Council of Europe has indeed acted in a decisive manner and acted swiftly in expelling Russia on the initiative of our Assembly. The lead our Parliamentary Assembly has taken in its capacity to support Ukraine and the Ukrainian people has been crucial and of utmost importance to unite Europe and international institutions behind Ukraine. The agenda of the upcoming Reykjavik summit is founded on the recommendations unanimously adopted by our Parliamentary Assembly from Mrs. Fiona McLaughlin's excellent report on the summit. There will be strong deliverables from the Reykjavik summit. A set of principles for democracy is to be adopted along with a recommitment to our values. At the center of the summit will be support for Ukraine, accountability of the aggressor, and the establishment of registry of damages, including the children that have been robbed of their future. The first legally binding act of this nature. The establishment of the registry is extraordinary, a first necessary step of a comprehensive mechanism for the victims of war, of aggression. This will allow setting a legal state to act on crimes committed in due time. Furthermore, it is important that the issue of a special tribunal not only be addressed at the meeting, but also decisive steps taken in that direction. The heads of state and government should make further history this week by taking the lead in establishing environmental protection as a right, as well as taking further action against global warming. This will be at the heart of our second panel discussion of today on the Council of Europe as a pioneer of human rights protection, the new generation of rights. We are about to make history here in Reykjavik. Now it is up to our heads of states to have the courage to make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear Bjarni. May I now invite the Deputy Secretary General, Bjorn Berge, to take the floor in this special event. You have the floor, Bjorn.
Thank you very much, Tini. Foreign Minister, Speaker, Despina, Bjarni, members of the Standing Committee. I'm very happy to be here today to provide you with a short preview on the eve of this historical summit. It's hard to believe, but it's 18 years since we last held the summit. I believe that the Russian invasion of Ukraine and the rise of an old nemesis, an old ghost, violent and aggressive nationalism in Europe, and with the democratic backsliding we are currently witnessing, regrettably, all over Europe, the Council of Europe will enter the third major period in its history. After the first defining period with its creation after the Second World War in 1949, and the second period after the fall of the Berlin Wall and its vital support and assistance to fundamental reforms in over 20 new member states in the 1990s. So a summit is no doubt highly needed, but also a God-sent opportunity to highlight the organization's visibility and the crucial role it could play in the years ahead of us in meeting face-on these vital challenges, aggressive nationalism and democratic backsliding, as well as other key priorities decided at the summit tomorrow. I am grateful to all of you and to you, Tini, and the Parliamentary Assembly, as well as the Secretary General and the Irish CM Presidency in particular, for your joint push and insistence to make this historic summit a reality. Negotiations on the relevant decisions and text have been going on for quite a while in Strasbourg, and it has certainly not been easy to get 46 countries to agree in this defining moment for the Council of Europe and Europe. Therefore, my gratitude goes also to the Icelandic presidency, with its skilled political leaders and its parliamentarians, with Bjarni at the lead, and also certainly last but not least to Ragnhildur, the ambassador, and her team in Strasbourg. Dear friends, we already heard it, Ukraine will no doubt be number one issue at the summit, and we must continue to do everything we can to support Ukraine, and we already provide assistance covering a wide range of areas, from investigation of war crimes to assistance to Ukrainian law enforcement and the judiciary. In the trenches of Bakhmut, the Ukrainians are not only fighting for their beloved homeland, but for all of Europe, for a continent where we respect each other's independence and self-determination, and where we promote and uphold our values and fundamental rights. We have all seen the suffering and the pain. And of course, it's already mentioned now, the registers. I will not go into details on that now. You are very well aware of it. And the good news is that so many member states have agreed to become parties to these enlarged partial agreements. And of course, this comes on top of the discussions on an ad hoc tribunal for crime of aggression, and also the need to establish a compensation mechanism for all the victims. Of course, at the same time, we have also noticed and been shocked by the systematic abduction of Ukrainian children, with thousands taken to Russia for so-called adoption and re-education. This is also going to be a very important issue at the summit in the coming 2 days. And we need to do everything we can to raise the international awareness on this issue and also protect these children illegally taken and transferred to Russia. Of course, the execution of judgments and the whole convention system will also be a special issue at the discussions over the next 2 days, and hopefully also steps will be taken to make it even stronger, the whole convention system and the execution of judgments. And we have already mentioned it by Tini and by Bjarni, the democratic backsliding. This is really a fundamental challenge, and we need to act. And the adoption of these 10 principles of democracy is the first step. Now we need action to see that they are implemented throughout all of Europe. Also, climate change and the climate crisis can no longer be ignored. And there too, there will be a special annex, I believe, to the declaration on this issue. And also artificial intelligence and its ramifications bearing on human rights, democracy, and rule of law will certainly also be discussed. Last but not least, I expect also the summit to provide a strong push to finalize the EU accession to the European Convention of Human Rights. This is really a fundamental issue for all of Europe, and it's long overdue, and it's essential to ensure the coherence of Europe's human rights architecture. And finally, let us not wait 18 years until we have the next summit. I know in the reports from Fiona and also the high-level reflection group, there is a reference to this, so maybe we can wait another 2 years or maximum 4 years before we hold another summit, because it's so vital to raise the work of this great organization in the capitals at the highest level, and it's vital for our visibility as well. And then in the end, I know we just had the Eurovision Song Festival, and I know that the summit has not yet started, but already now I propose 12 points to Iceland. Thank you very much.
"12 points to Iceland," and I think the applause signaled that we indeed think that Iceland has done and is still doing a great job, Madam Minister. Now I'm going to do something that I normally do not like to do, but I'm going to give over the moderation of the Standing Committee to someone else. It's our good friend, a former member of the Parliamentary Assembly and now advisor of the Icelandic government in preparing this summit, Madam Rosa Björk, Brynjolfsdóttir. We are now as wax in your hand, Rosa Björk.
Thank you so much, Tini. I probably have my mic on open here, right? So I'll just talk here. Dear all, I welcome you all in Reykjavik. It's really a pleasure to see you all here, including former friends from PACE. Such a pleasure to have you here. We have, of course, a serious undertone in the when it comes to the Reykjavik summit that we've been preparing for the last weeks and months. And of course, the undertone is serious as well here in the special meeting of the Standing Committee. But we are now going into a panel. We are going to have 2 panels here today. And the first one, I need to put my glasses on. The first one will be evolving around the Council of Europe as a key player of the multilateral architecture. And we know all, of course, just before I ask the panelists to come up, I just want to say a few words, that we have been addressing the need for multilateral architecture, both within the Council of Europe and also, of course, in the Assembly. From the latest annual report of the Secretary General of the Council of Europe, there is stated that every international organization must be clear about how it will adapt its action in order to take account of the new realities and to ensure the success of multilateralism in line with its mandate. And there, our beloved institution, Council of Europe, is no exception. We've also, in the report of Fiona, there is also an access or emphasized on the need of the multilateralism in our action and in our responses. And as we have been saying in that report, we see that while there is no easy fix, it is safe to say that values, standards, and multilateralism is a part of the solution. So to join us here in the panel, we have very good guests. I want to ask Ms. Þórdís Kolbrún Reykjavik Gylfadóttir, it's quite a name, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Iceland, to join us here. Welcome her. Where do you want to sit? And also Tini Cox, who's already here, very excited. And Ms. Sylvie Berman, the former ambassador of France to Beijing, London, and Moscow. And Ms. Alice Bergholz, Vice Chair of the Advisory of the Council on Youth in the Council of Europe. Please give them applause. I'm just trying to figure out the technician problems. No, there are no problems here, only solutions. Good. Welcome all. I'm delighted to see you here, and good to have you all here. As I mentioned, we are now in the panel where we are discussing the Council of Europe as a key player of the multilateral architecture. And I mentioned some quotes from some reports, both the report of Fiona and also from the latest annual report of the Secretary General of the Council of Europe. But we need also to ask you some questions and your thoughts and ideas about how we can promote the Council of Europe as a key partner or key player in the multilateralism that is unmistakable, the foundation to how to provide solutions. So I'm going to reach out for you, Ms. Gylfadóttir, who has been for the last 6 months heading the presidency of Iceland as the president of the Committee of Ministers. And that has been quite a ride and been quite a successful presidency, and we are finishing off the presidency here with this remarkable Reykjavik summit. So I just wanted to hear your reflection, Ms. Gylfadóttir, on these issues regarding the multilateralism and in the wake of the summit. So I would like, we have all very high hopes for the summit. And I would like to ask you, in its proceeding, the summit, will it address the issue of multilateralism? Maybe it's not a question even, but I want to hear your reflection about how we're engaging on the multilateralism in the summit and during the summit.
Well, first of all, I would, it had lights, but it went off, but yep. Okay. First of all, I would just like to say welcome to Reykjavik, and nice to see familiar faces, friendly faces from my visits and our dialogues and discussions. I'm very happy to have you here, and I truly hope that this will be a great day for you and a great summit. The short answer would be the fact that we're having a leaders' summit in Reykjavik at this point with this extremely good attendance from the leaders in itself is a big declaration and reflects how important the leaders and the nations truly think the multilateral system is. And the Reykjavik Declaration, I mean, everything we're doing, the fact that we're having a summit, the fact that the leaders are prioritizing their time to come, all the preparation, the Reykjavik Declaration, the annexes, it's all around, all involves around the values and the importance of multilateralism. And I think that for us, for example, here in Iceland, it has been extremely good exercise to do this, and it's also, I believe, an investment in my own society in Iceland to have this dialogue and interest. You know, what is Council of Europe? Why are you having a meeting? Why is it important? What's going to come out of it? You know, is it to discuss? Is it to decide? What does it matter? What does it matter for Ukraine? What does it matter for the citizens of Europe? And I think that this opportunity to have this discussion is extremely important. So the fact that we're having a summit, it is an opportunity to lift the importance of multilateralism, because what I think is the most important thing for us as leaders and politicians is to engage with the public on why this matters, so that, you know, like regular human beings that live their life and are not with their head on political issues day by day, believe and understand why this foundation is so important, and that it truly is a foundation, and it comes before everything else.
Mm-hmm. So what about the part, very nice to have this reflection on the summit and its importance, and I agree with you that the attendance is very high, and it shows engagement on behalf of the member states. But I'm also thinking about the role of the Council of Europe itself in the current European multilateral architecture. We've seen swift and firm responses from the Council of Europe in the events during the last year. Do you think that the Council of Europe can strengthen its role as the core institution when it comes to multilateralism?
Yes, I truly believe it can. And again, I think, you know, it doesn't happen because we have a summit and then we just somehow know that the Council of Europe and the institutions will be strengthened. But I think it's a huge opportunity to strengthen it. Mm-hmm. And of course the summit itself, but also the outcome, and then of course the execution of what comes out of the meeting. So, you know, future presidencies and the institutions. And I think, you know, both the fact that we haven't had a leader summit in 18 years, and also just, you know, we were just, I'm not talking on behalf of all of us, but I think in general you could say that we were getting quite sleepy on just how important those values are, and it's a constant work. And maybe you've heard me say this before, but, you know, my generation was just told that, you know, these battles that have been won and the values and the victory after the Second World War and the decision all the decisions at the time created these institutions saying never again. Now we have a system to prevent those things, so we have all kinds of challenges, but not this one. And then they just came back. Mm-hmm. Because it truly is a constant battle, and therefore I think it's an opportunity to strengthen the Council of Europe. But I think it's always important to rather to ask, what's the importance of democracy, human rights, and rule of law? Rather than saying, why is the Council of Europe important? Why are these values important? And how are we going to use this institution as a tool to both reach certain points and also safeguard the progress that we've had, because it can all be taken away from us very quickly.
Thank you so much. That leads me actually to Tini. We have been discussing about the increased militarism for the last year, and maybe the lack of a thorough discussion on peace and peace proposals. Of course, President Zelensky has laid out his peace proposal or his peace plan, but the Council of Europe, it doesn't deal with defense issues. And the foundation and the values and the principle are in fact some kind of a peace foundation or principles. Is there, in the light of this brutal war of aggression, is the project still valid? Can the Council of Europe still remain this institution without going into some kind of defense issues or direct defense issues? What is your opinion on that, Tini?
I hope so, and I do think so. tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, our heads of state and government will formulate that the Council of Europe is in essence a peace project. And it's written in that words in the preamble to the Statute of the Council of Europe. These were not the most quoted words would say in the past decades, but it's there. After the devastating Second World War, which was an explosion of absurd, aggressive unilateralism. You only needed power, you needed an army, and then you could give it a try. That was the essence of the Second World War. And after the Second World War, leaders of Europe came together and they looked around and they saw whereto it has led. Aggressive unilateralism always leads to wars, always. There is no way out. And then they were courageous enough, I think, to understand, because they were involved in this unilateralism. Then they were courageous enough to say, from now on we have to do it in a different way. And the difference, and that is the Council of Europe, I very much agree with the Minister, it's not the Council of Europe that counts, it's the principles that do count. Then it was invented that if we could oblige all states in Europe to develop themselves along the lines of the rule of law, to respect the rule of law, to respect fundamental rights and freedoms, and to develop and cherish democratic institutions, probably you would not be very bad to your own citizens. And if you create such a state, such a rule-based democracy, then probably you also will not be a threat to your neighbors. And if the neighbors develop in the same way, they also are not threatening their own citizens and are not threatening the neighbors. And if you can then create a whole pan-European system of nation states living together in a peaceful way, on more or less the same foundation, then peace could survive. And it was decided on a moment when the whole of Europe in 1949 was just waiting for the next, the last World War. And 75 years, it appeared to be a success story. Not a sexy success story, but it was a success story. The war of aggression was not there. And last year we saw what happens if again a big state says, I do not have arguments, but I do have an army. Let's give it a try. And therefore the peace project is still there, because you hear once in a while from Russia, okay, and now the war has to end. What shall we do? And the Council of Europe and our principles, we do have the answer. Yes, stop the war. Go away from Ukraine, leave all the occupied territories, accept that you have done wrong, that you have violated international law, take your responsibility, repair the damage done, and show that again you are willing to abide to the international order instead of being aggressive to it. If that is the multilateral system of Europe, if we can make it clear to Russia that the answer to the war that they have started is a peace based on these issues, then the multilateralism can function. And again, after the Second World War, we did not have a better answer to aggressive unilateralism. 75 years later, it's the same. And therefore, I think we should really now understand that multilateralism is the answer to this huge problem.
And one other answer to this huge problem, and related to multilateralism, is of course democracy, the vibrant democracy. And you, as a president of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, you, and with a long career of being a parliamentarian, after the Vienna meeting in '93, which was held in the aftermath of the fall of the wall in Berlin, and then also the war in Yugoslavia, a lot of discussion were ongoing about the importance of democracy and vibrant and healthy democracy. And there, in the outcome document of that meeting, there was a concept that is called democratic security. So in fact, like vibrant democracy can be this puzzle when it comes to security. Can you elaborate a little bit on that and the importance of the parliamentarians who are sitting here and their work.
I think, Rosa Bjork, that what I mentioned was what I mentioned in your question before. That is a system of democratic security. If you behave at home, you probably are not a challenge, a danger for the neighbors. That sounds simple, but in essence it is. Democracies do not fight their neighbors normally, and autocracies often try to fight their neighbors. So I think, and here I'm again in line with what the minister said, we have taken since the second and third summit democracy a bit too much as granted. Being there. Yeah. It's granted, yes. All our states had signed the statute, had ratified the European Convention, and that was it. And of course, if we would have looked better, we would have been aware it's not that. And in the report of Fiona, where, as I said, she combines all the ideas of the Assembly, the backsliding of democracy is now noticed, it's notified, and it's also asking the report of the Assembly to give an answer. And I'm really happy and proud. And here again, we have to also to commend the Icelandic chairmanship, but everybody who was participating in it, that tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, 10 principles on democracy, Bjorn also referred to it, will be formulated. And that's not for free. That means if 46 heads of state and government are going to say, again, we confirm that we in our states commit ourselves to these 10 principles of democracy, that they all can be held accountable also by the national parliaments and by our parliamentary assembly. I think that's a tremendous step forward. We have seen the backsliding of democracy happening in many of our member states. Now we urge ourselves to reverse it, and I think the term will be in the document of tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. We have to reverse this backsliding of democracy, and that gives also us parliamentarians a huge obligation, but also a huge possibility.
And maybe a good place to do so is in Iceland, where we have the oldest ongoing parliament since 830. Ms. Sylvie Berman, you are the former ambassador of France to Beijing, London, and Moscow. And I want to a little bit take the discussion toward like the bigger side or the bigger picture of the multilateralism. Before taking on unanimous position in support of the immediate expulsion of Russian Federation from the Council of Europe, the Parliamentary Assembly defined the Russian Federation aggression against Ukraine as a point of no return. Is this war of aggression also a point of no return for the international order and the system of the global governance, which was established after the Second World War, which we've been talking about here? This is a big question, I know, but maybe if you can share your point of view and in regards of your experience.
I'm sorry, but since there are interpreters, I will speak in French.
Yes.
Je crois effectivement que c'est un point de non-retour. C'est surtout une rupture stratégique majeure, le retour d'une guerre de haute intensité sur le continent, alors qu'on parlait des dividendes de la guerre. Et tout à l'heure, vous aviez évoqué Reykjavik et la rencontre avec Gorbatchev comme le début de la fin de la guerre froide. J'étais à Moscou à ce moment-là, à l'ambassade de France, et j'étais à nouveau à Moscou, à l'ambassade, quand le Conseil de l'Europe a réintégré la Russie après un certain nombre de difficultés. Et là, il a fallu de nouveau expulser la Russie pour de bonnes raisons, effectivement, après cette guerre d'agression. Ce n'est pas une guerre mondiale, mais c'est une guerre mondialisée, puisque c'est une guerre qui a des conséquences dans le reste du monde. Et si le multilatéralisme a été effectif en Europe, qu'il l'est au Conseil de l'Europe, avec un certain nombre de décisions importantes, le registre des dommages qui a été évoqué et qui d'ailleurs est ouvert à d'autres pays, également la possibilité d'utiliser la banque de développement. En revanche, dans le reste du monde, ce souci de défense de la démocratie n'est pas partagé, et ça, nous le savons bien. Et le risque aujourd'hui est d'avoir, comme le disent certains, the Global West against the Global East, et what about the Global South? Et je pense que c'est un problème essentiel et que les Européens ne peuvent pas l'ignorer. Parce qu'on nous reproche, et vous parliez d'exemplarité, et je pense que l'exemplarité est essentielle, c'est-à-dire d'avoir une démocratie qui fonctionne, des principes qui fonctionnent. On se souvient quand même de la guerre en Irak. Aujourd'hui, il y a un ressentiment très fort dans ce qu'on appelle le reste du monde ou le Sud global, et qui ont tendance non pas à soutenir la Russie et l'agression russe, mais à considérer que c'est une guerre essentiellement européenne, que nous ne nous intéressons pas aux guerres qui ont lieu dans d'autres régions du monde. On peut penser au Soudan, on peut penser au Yémen. Effectivement, il n'y a pas tous les jours dans toutes les télévisions du monde des rapports sur ce qu'il se passe dans ces régions. Et donc, il sera essentiel pour l'avenir d'avoir des relations avec ces pays, pas fondées sur ce qu'on a un petit peu tendance à faire, des leçons qui leur sont données en termes de démocratie, mais une véritable prise en considération de leurs intérêts, de leurs besoins. Et ensuite, effectivement, c'est l'exemple qui pourra être beaucoup plus influent que toutes les leçons que nous pouvons donner, qui sont considérées aujourd'hui comme très arrogantes.
And as you mentioned, unfortunately, there are 70 ongoing conflicts around the world that we are not paying maybe enough attention to. But the war in Ukraine reminds us that every conflict has an effect of not only the lives of the people who are living there, but also in the international and the global politics and the global arena. It's not only domestic, but it has effects on all kinds of the politics and also the lives of people who are having effect of other societies as well.
Oui, bien sûr, puisqu'il y a eu des conséquences sur l'approvisionnement énergétique. Il y en a eu en Europe, mais pas seulement. Et puis, il y a eu surtout des risques de famine, qui d'ailleurs ne sont pas complètement réglés, avec le blocus des céréales exportées par l'Ukraine. Le risque aussi, c'est que ces pays, surtout parce qu'il y a une propagande russe qui est assez efficace, en particulier en Afrique, considèrent que la responsabilité, c'est les sanctions européennes et non pas l'agression de la Russie. Et donc, il y a évidemment tout un discours à modifier, mais encore une fois, il faut le faire avec une certaine habileté.
And we also see the strengthening of allies who are more against the democratic values, and the strengthening of allies that are more leaning toward totalitarianism, if you can put it mildly. Is that something of, would you try to elaborate a little bit on that kind of alliance between? Are we seeing other kinds of alliance forming? Maybe surprised one before the aggression into Ukraine.
Alors, il y a effectivement des alliances, mais si on prend la Chine par exemple, puisque j'ai été ambassadrice en Chine et que j'ai effectué plusieurs séjours, la Chine n'a pas d'alliance. La Chine est indifférente au régime, ça peut être des démocraties, ça peut être des autocraties, ça peut être un régime comme celui des talibans. La Chine ne se préoccupe pas de cela. En revanche, comme les États-Unis sont l'ennemi déclaré de la Chine, il y a un principe bien connu en relations internationales qui est l'ennemi de mon ennemi est mon ami. Et il y a eu un rapprochement dont j'ai été témoin pendant les dernières années où j'étais à Moscou entre la Chine et la Russie, qui par ailleurs ont des relations qui ont été méfiantes pendant très longtemps. Mais pour le moment, puisque les Chinois savent qu'ils seront les prochains sur la liste, ils ne peuvent pas lâcher Poutine. En même temps, on le sait très bien, ils n'ont jamais soutenu l'annexion de la Crimée. Ils ne soutiennent pas non plus la guerre en Ukraine, mais ils ne lâcheront pas la Russie pour cette raison-là. Et de plus en plus, la Chine n'accepte pas les remontrances européenne. Elle le faisait autrefois parce qu'elle était plus faible. Elle estime aujourd'hui qu'elle n'a pas à recevoir de leçons ni à subir des sanctions. Donc effectivement, elle est de l'autre côté, même si, contrairement à la Russie qui considère qu'il y a un Occident collectif qui est composé des États-Unis et des Européens qui seraient des vassaux, la Chine fait bien la différence entre les États-Unis, qui ont une préoccupation de superpuissance par rapport à une puissance montante, et l'Europe. Donc il y a un rôle à jouer de manière générale pour l'Europe. Ce qui est intéressant, c'est que la Chine, dans le passé, s'est beaucoup inspirée d'un certain nombre de règles européennes en réalité, même si aujourd'hui elle est plutôt du côté des autocraties. Et puis il y a la Turquie, on verra le résultat des élections prochainement. Il y a l'Iran bien sûr, et il y a aussi des organisations régionales comme l'Organisation de la coopération de Shanghai, et qui réunit plus de la moitié de la population mondiale, mais qui ne fait pas de communiqué comme le G7 ou comme ont tendance à le faire les Européens. Et encore une fois, mon discours est moins optimiste que celui des autres, mais je crois qu'on ne peut pas ignorer cette situation.
Merci, Madame. Alice Merkholz, Vice Chair of the Advisory Council on Youth, Council of Europe. The Council of Europe has been pioneering in introducing a co-management structure which established the standards and work within the Council of Europe. May I ask you, I'm a bit excited about the Reykjavik summit, I'm sorry about that, but what are the youth expectations when it comes to the summit and the outcome? Because we've seen the youth sector being very active, for example, when it comes to climate crisis before COVID, and COVID has a little bit pushed the climate issues a little bit on the side. And then came the invasion into Ukraine. What are the hopes of the youth sector when it comes to summit?
With that backdrop, they're very high. Okay,
Good.
so last summit, 18 years ago. That means that the whole generation of young people who we have today have never experienced this before. Mm-hmm. So that's the first step, to see what will happen when a summit actually occurs in an institution this big as the Council of Europe. And I think something that is really important to reference to here is also this that the minister brought up about getting a relationship to what are the values of the Council of Europe. What does it mean to have democracy, human rights, and the rule of law? Because this is something that I think that the young generation hasn't had the opportunity to create a reference point to in Europe in the same way that we've seen in many other parts of the world. Now, the youth sector as well, of course, enthusiastically answered the open call with the consultations, and we also submitted responses from the Advisory Council and many of the youth organizations and the European Youth Forum. So we have, of course, also suggested what we would like to see, but honestly, for the outcome of this, we want to be sure that the leaders of Europe have the back of the youth, because young people cannot only be seen as those who need to be educated for, a future participation in society, but also be seen as actors and real contributors to what we have in democracy right now, right? And I think that's the beauty of the culture of youth engagement in the Council of Europe, is that young people are seen as partners, not as beneficiaries. Mm-hmm. And this is truly unique. So this is something that we can see in the co-management system that we have in the Advisory Council, but it can also be seen in, for example, the Congress Youth Delegate Program. The World Forum for Democracy has a huge youth program as well. Me being invited here today, so thank you very much for that. And we are very much looking forward to it. But of course, disappointed to not be in the room when it's finally happening, right?
Many are, believe me. Thank you for this, Alice. It's good to have you here with us. I would like to see if there are any questions from the audience. Please, if you would be so kind to introduce yourself. Emanuelis, please.
Yes.
You have the floor.
Emanuelis Zingeris, chairing the Lithuanian delegation here in Council of Europe, actually a member from '93, and even remembering Icelandic contribution to the freedom in the 90s. So I was here in the 90s representing Lithuania in your great parliament, and they recognized us during the Gorbachev era, even against the will of Soviet Union. So, Minister, your great place was not only the place to meet for Gorbachev and Reagan, but was the place to make decisions from your side about human rights and to be first of recognition of countries who never were under heavy occupation of biggest, mighty Soviet Union and their army.
Yes.
So now you're leading. The question to you, if you allow me, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Iceland, and we have the text of summit from tomorrow. So a special tribunal against Russia crimes committed against Ukraine and their civil population, children included. So first steps about register done, now second step. Do you think you can be a leading force in the world, having in mind that we have only 30% people who are staying in democracies, and you're our morally leading place for human rights, and Ukrainians are doing, like Maria Mezentseva, doing their homeworks during the bombing of Kiev, they're doing their Istanbul Convention, voted in favor just by their parliament, great parliament of Ukraine. You can be a leading voice cementing our loneliness in human rights in the world of the Western world. And my question to you is, do you commit to do a step forward until the next great event, next summit, and next meetings, initiating finally the agreement on special tribunal just asked by Mr. Zelensky last Friday in The Hague to establish that. So that will be great if you can do that and you can lead all our forces for creation of this very important entity. Thank you,
Emanuelis. I just want to ask you to keep your questions precise and short and not more than 1 minute, please. Should have said that before, but the Minister, the floor is yours.
Well, it's a big question, a huge task, and what I can say is that Iceland is a part of the core group, so we are, we're in a good group to lead the way and push this. I do understand that it's a complex issue to create it because it has to be done right. So the short answer is Iceland is ready to do whatever we can to find the solution to close the accountability gap. Because we have systems for some of the accountability measures and then there is the gap. And my personal opinion, and thankfully the opinion of government of Iceland as a part of the core group, is that we need to fill those gaps because Russia needs to be held accountable for all of their crimes. And we cannot leave this and say, now we brought this to just without filling that gap. So that's my answer.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I think I will take 3 questions all at once, please. Starting with Finland. If you can introduce yourself for the...
Thank you very much. My name is Andre Hunko. I'm representing here the left group.
Andre, are you from Finland?
No.
Started with Finland. I'm sorry.
I was once in Finland. Okay, if I start. My name is Kimmo Kiljunen. I'm from Finland. Rosa, nice to see you here. Nice to see you here. Our Deputy Secretary started his presentation making reference to the Eurovision Song Contest. And my question relates very much, my overall question relates to multilateralism and democracy. You gave 12 points to Iceland organizing this event. Yes, 12 points. And you also, Norway, you gave 12 points for Finland in Euro Song Contest. And I'm really asking, in Finland we are very, very bitter how it's possible that some self-elected small group are deciding on behalf of the people in this type of multilateral song contest. That's the bitterness of Finland concerning the Eurovision Song Contest situation.
1 minute. 1 minute.
Yes. Now let's say serious question. Obviously, the big issues of existence demands multilateralism. I'm speaking on behalf of the small country. Our survival absolutely depends on that we have multilateral rule-based system and we respect on that one. But I'm also knowing that actually the whole existence of mankind depends also that we have functional multilateral system, starting from climate change, looking at the diversity issues, including also the weapons of mass destruction, etc., etc. Now we heard today, and I'm finalizing very soon, now we heard today that around 20% of the world states are democracies, maybe not even ideal democracies, but democracies. 80% are less and less democratic, and we have autocratic systems also. How, in terms of multilateral systems, we are still demanding that everybody are participating on issues like climate change, etc., etc. So how do you see that contradiction?
Was this question for everybody or just for the minister or someone else?
Principally, it's an overall theme.
Petra Stinen, to your question, please.
Yes, thank you very much. And indeed, 12 points. I think for a lot of other people also behind the scenes, all the amazing people who we're not seeing, but I can see in the city here how many people are working to make this a great success. So maybe we can applaud for the teams behind the scenes because they make us shine here. So please an applaud for all the people behind the scenes. That's not my minute, huh? But this morning somebody mentioned the early warning signals that we have to look for when we work in a multilateral context. And I believe that the early warning signals come from civil society activists, from human rights defenders, from women, from youth activists, from climate justice activists. And we can see a shrinking space of civil society everywhere. So how can we, as members of parliament, make sure that after the beautiful declaration for tomorrow, we can also include all these human rights defenders, youth activists in our work as members of parliament? Thank you.
Thank you. By the way, 70% of our nation is preparing the summit, so we are a lot of us. Morgan Jensen, please. The third question, then I will give you some answers.
Thank you very much, and thank you for very good interventions. It's too seldom that we discuss our cooperation outside Europe, and I think I would like to ask, and I think it's Tini, I would ask because we see that the development in many ways is that the multilateral architecture and organizations are weakened in these years, even though that we need stronger cooperation, of course, between the Council of Europe and the EU, but actually also we need a stronger UN and we need stronger international structures. Do you see a real possibility, for example, that the Council of Europe in ways can have more formal cooperation with the UN? Do we have the resources? Do we have the scope for it? And actually also perhaps develop our partner of democracy model to other parts of the world?
These are excellent questions. I'm going to start with the minister with a question from Kimmo. He refers to Finland as a small country, so we know all about smallness, but also the beauty of democracy. We are a small nation, but we still have a voice at the table. So that's maybe, in your views, how through multilateralism can we attack the overwhelming challenges that we are faced with? That are, what is your, I mean, this is a huge question, but your reflection on this, please.
Yes, well, I mean, it is a huge question, and Iceland as a, maybe not that small country, but a very small population, we understand, and, you know, fortunately this past year I would say that we've invested in the understanding of Icelanders that, you know, it's what we're doing in, for example, in supporting Ukraine is not only because it's the right thing to do as a human being, it's also in our own interest. Even though it's far away, not that far away, but further away than from many others, it's still, you know, they are literally fighting our fight. And if they lose, which they won't, it won't stop there. And Icelanders understand that we don't stand a chance in Putin's world. And that's why we have to cherish the multilateral system. I think even though, and of course it's strange how, I mean, the numbers are quite surreal, that 20% versus 80%. But of course you cannot put the 80% in the same basket. They are very different systems. So I would say that multilateralism, we just have to work with it as much as we can. And it's different. Even when we're discussing, for example, relationship with China, we even take the climate challenges and solutions and say, here we just know that we have to find common solutions and do this together. Even though we would put different measures on, you know, how great idea is it to rely on property rights in China, or if you know, doing business or whatever, which we're still increasing. So it's very different between platforms, between sectors, between challenges. But I think that if anyone can figure out ways to do that, it should be democratic, you know, countries. And then, of course, I think we have to respect different systems when, you know, without giving discount to human rights. It just turns out that democracy is, with its flaws, it's a fact that it's the best way for prosperity and the freedom of individuals, both to find solutions and have quality of life. But of course we have many other systems, and we have to both, you know, respect that up to a point, but don't respect the fact that people are, you know, taking the rights from individuals. And then we also have to have this line. For example, when we are discussing Africa and we say, you know, they do not share totally our values, and they look at us and say, you have double standards and you don't back us up, and that's a real concerning conversation that we have to understand. But again, I would say, you know, those countries are also part of the UN Charter. They themselves have been, you know, they obliged and they said, we are gonna cherish that. So, I mean, that's a foundation that's already been broken. So let's just start there. We're not saying that, you know, and it's not right to say that other countries and other societies and other systems should be the way we are. But let's at least agree on the issues that we have already agreed on, such as the UN Charter. If everyone would respect that, we would be in a totally different place on this planet.
Mm-hmm. Very good. There was a question on from Peter Stinen for how we can include the human rights defenders. So Alice, if you can elaborate a little bit on that, because both being young and trying to let your voice be heard, but also how can the human rights defender have an impact on this institutional culture that we already have in place? Can you elaborate a little bit on that?
Thank you, and thank you so much for the question. I think one thing that is so often mentioned to me is that governments and institutions need young people to, you know, defend and uphold the democratic system in Europe. But let me tell you that young people need democratic institutions too. Because one thing that we can see in the youth sector is that there are two things that are crucial to make sure that there's a flourishing youth civil society. One thing is capacity building, and that is providing young people with, you know, training, workshops, creating networks all over Europe where you can find and connect with like-minded. And that is something that is done frequently in the Council of Europe's youth sector. But the second one is creating places for meaningful participation. And this is a really tricky one because young people are dramatically underrepresented in politics. And it's both because young people don't run for office as much. A lot of young people are experiencing this, what I think a lot of politicians can sign on to, threats and a lot of hatred. And what we can see, for example, in a survey that was done in Sweden, where I'm from, just 2 years ago, more than half of all presidents or chairpersons of the youth organizations have been threatened individually. More than half. So you understand why someone might not run for something. And those who are mostly targeted are minorities. It are those who are defenders of human rights, definitely. So if you look at institutions like this then, okay, so what can we do? Well, according to the introductory memorandum for the potential establishment of a youth partner status here in PACE, the rapporteur said that 2.6% of the members are under 30. So not that many, right? Not that many voices who are young who might be here. But is someone here under 30, by the way, of the members? Hi, yes. I don't trust you. So then, what are alternatives? I think one thing that needs to be settled immediately is that to include young people and to understand the needs of civil society and to be able to support them, you need to actively incorporate them in the dialogue. And the Council of Europe does that beautifully through intergenerational activities. So I would really encourage PACE also to step up the game there, because if you don't bring young people to the decision-making table, you miss out a large demographic of the European population, who are also, by the way, not all defenders of democracy. Young people are a very diverse group. We're only combined by our age. So there needs to be active steps in educational training there too. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Very good points there. So the question for you, Tini, from Måken Jensen was, how is there a real opportunity to have more cooperation between the Council of Europe and the UN?
Sometimes, Mogans, the question is what we would like, but what has to happen. There is no alternative in this dangerous world for effective multilateralism. If it would have been there, we would have seen it. It is either unilateralism, which leads to aggressive unilateralism, which leads to war, or it is working together on the basis that if we all behave, as Madam Minister said, then we probably do not end up in such a mess. So we can elaborate a lot on this, but I do not want to spend your time. The fact that tomorrow in the summit, there will not only be the 46 heads of state and government of our member states, but the EU will be represented on the highest possible level. The OSCE will be represented at the highest possible level. The United Nations will send its Human Rights Commissioner. The OSCE will be here with us. We are all sitting in this, more or less in the same boat. We all have realized that we politicians, allowed multilateralism to be weakened, and at the same time, unilateralism is coming up in mild ways or in an aggressive way. So this time, the Americans would say failure is not an option. If we cannot restore and strengthen effective rules-based multilateralism, then beware. We do not have another option, and therefore I think the summit will also show that the rest of the world will be here, because they are in the same boat and they all have to find answers to the same question. That would be my short answer, Mogans.
Thank you. Alexander, sorry, your question.
Yes, thank you. Once again, thanks for wonderful organization. Tini spoke about the moral strength of our organization, and indeed I would like to compare this to what happened after the Second World War, when Stalin was told that Pope is against, and he has 1 billion of Christian Catholics behind him, and Stalin asked, how many divisions does Pope has? And the whole system collapsed because of John Paul II, partially. So we have this strength, but and we have those conventions. In one of our documents, we are saying that thanks to its convention and standard-setting role, as well its whole machinery, monitoring, etc., etc., this is making us the cornerstone of multilateral order in Europe. And also, Madam Minister stressed this. But I have the question. Also, Björn spoke about EU accession. And for me, I said this in Sevilla, this is something like unicorn. Everybody knows that this is beautiful, but nobody can see it. And we are speaking about this, and we spoke with advisor to the Commissioner for Enlargement from European Commission in Sevilla, and he didn't want to say anything about accession. So my question will be to Madam Minister, what do you think what we can do to make it happen? And to Madam Ambassador, could you tell us what those European political community is about? Because we are so many worries that this is doubling what we are doing here and that this is dangerous for our organization. We are receiving answers, don't worry, but we really worry. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next question was from Julian.
Thank you. Indeed, the whole Icelandic people are working for this, as I see both people from Akranes, Hafnarfjörður, Snæfellsnes, and Húsavík. So thank you to all of you for your work, for welcoming us. I was so happy to hear in the morning the President of the Assembly reiterate the fact, actually surprising us, with the 12 engagements for democratic principles that are to be signed by the heads of states and governments. And this is exciting news for us because we were not expecting this. The question is, if we have a record till now, especially of the court, from the member countries not implementing the decisions of the court, and this is a serious issue of one of the very most important bodies of our institution, how can we make sure that through this simple engagement we can create a mechanism where people and heads of states and governments are also respecting these principles, not just admitting they are important. For us it's very important, and this was a concern raised by youth this morning, that this principle should be observed. Thank you.
Thank you. And please, call it down. Your question, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Rosa. For the Socialist Group, this summit has a special significance, and I remind you that the vision was proposed by our former leader of the group and previous president of the Assembly, Michele Nicoletti, with a vision that was already valid even before the war. So then we have added what you have listed as keywords, rules-based society, multilateralism, and then after the war of aggression started, accountability, crime of aggression, court, EU and the Council of Europe strategic partnership, and accession to the European Convention of Human Rights, and all the other stuff, social rights, environment, new generations of human rights. Not to forget the enlargement. Rosa, you have been in 2019, if I'm not wrong, and I'm not wrong, in Bucharest under the Romanian EU presidency of the Council, when we have privileged the Council of Europe within EU with its expertise for supporting the political process of accelerating the enlargement with our knowledges. So despite all these assets, values, democratic, great things done by the Europeans and especially by the Council of Europe, we have seen that the war happened in our house. It happened in Europe. And I was looking very briefly to important fundamental moments in time in our European history. It was here in 1928, Aristide Briand-Kellogg Pact that get out the war from the international law acceptance. 1933, the London Convention for the Definition and Condemnation of the Aggression. Many things happening, including after the Second World War, including the ICC Rome Statute, things like that. And nevertheless, it happened. After the war, Russia will not disappear from the continent. So my question is briefly, taking into account our huge, incredible historical democratic expertise, what you are going to do on the summit and what you will have or not on the table of the summit tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. I have one simple question from three different perspectives. One addressed to the diplomat, Madame l'Ambassadrice, one addressed to the government, Committee of Ministers, and one addressed to the Politician Parliamentary Assembly. What should be, from the Council of Europe point of view, in diplomatic terms, in governmental terms, Committee of Ministers, and in Parliamentary Assembly terms, the political engine all these years of the organization, the first two major actions that should be put in place to give hope and democratic security for all Europe? Thank you.
I think I will take these questions because they are quite large and take the rest of your question here in the next round. Alexander, you asked the ambassador and the minister 2 questions, but I was not very sure about the precision of the question. Sorry about that. If you can precise your question.
Yes, about the EU accession, to our organization. We are very, very, very keen about this. And the second was the meaning of this new European political community, that we don't know really what is the difference with our organization.
Would you start by responding to the EU accession, Ms. Minister?
Well, first I would say regarding the EU accession, and if we focus on the European Court of Human Rights, that is of course the centerpiece of the Council of Europe, and it would, I believe, make a lot of difference. I'm not going to say if that happens, but when that happens, because the negotiations, as I understand it, is at the final stages, and of course the members eventually will have to do it back home. But as I understand it, it's going in the right direction, and I truly hope that very soon it will be finalized. Regarding the other question, yeah, the EPC, right?
Yes, I was going to ask the ambassadors on that. Okay, great. If that's okay with you.
Yes, of course.
Because that is an initiative from Monsieur Macron, that initiative, that platform. Can you elaborate a little bit on that for us?
Oui, absolument. L'idée du président de la République, ça renouait d'ailleurs avec une vieille idée du président Mitterrand, qui était celui de la Confédération européenne. Je crois que là, la problématique, c'est qu'on a une Union européenne d'où le Royaume-Uni est parti. Nous avons des candidats immédiats, et puis des candidats à beaucoup plus long terme. Il y a également la question de l'Ukraine. Et l'idée, c'était d'avoir une véritable concertation européenne sur les questions politiques, sur les questions économiques. Je crois que le Conseil de l'Europe, même si c'est en fait les mêmes membres, a une véritable spécificité. Et il y a effectivement toutes les conventions du Conseil de l'Europe. Il y a surtout la Cour européenne des droits de l'homme dont on vient de parler. Il n'y a pas de mécanisme de mise en œuvre de la communauté politique européenne. Et c'était important à ce stade d'avoir une réunion. Bon, la première a eu lieu, comme vous le savez, à Prague, et la seconde est à Chisinau, parce qu'on sait très bien que, en fait, c'est un pays qui est menacé aussi par la Russie. Donc c'est une initiative qui est plus politique d'une certaine manière. Voilà. Je voudrais ajouter quelque chose sur les Nations Unies, parce qu'effectivement, il y aura une représentation des Nations Unies. Mais quand on parle de multilatéralisme effectif, eh bien, les Nations Unies ont échoué aussi, le Conseil de sécurité en particulier, d'abord parce qu'un des membres permanents a déclaré une guerre illégale, mais aussi parce que le sentiment est aujourd'hui que le Conseil de sécurité ne représente plus le monde tel qu'il est. Il représente le monde de 1945, effectivement, qui est un monde plus occidental, comme on le sait, même s'il y a effectivement la Chine et la Russie, mais plusieurs pays sont candidats, des grands émergents comme le Brésil, l'Afrique du Sud, l'Inde, bon, plus des pays comme l'Allemagne ou le Japon. Et simplement, il y a une forme de conservatisme des États membres parce que naturellement, l'équilibre changerait et changerait en faveur en particulier des pays du Sud. Mais il y a un véritable problème aujourd'hui de représentativité du Conseil de sécurité. Et si on parle de multilatéralisme effectif, c'est un des sujets qui devrait être traité. Et je pense aussi une des conséquences de la guerre en Ukraine. Sinon, le risque, c'est que l'ONU soit marginalisée et que ne fonctionnent plus que les organisations régionales, ce qui est très bien en interne, ce qui est très bien pour l'Europe, mais ce qui manquerait au reste du monde.
Merci. Tini, Julian, he asked about how can we make sure that the head of states and the governments are respected or respective when it comes to the rulings and the convention of the Council of Europe. This is a question that we are have been asking ourselves for many, many years. How can we actually, are there any means to put in place so they can be more respective? Or how is your view on that?
If on Wednesday noon the minister and the prime minister conclude the summit, and if the final statement will be adopted, then all our heads of state and government commit themselves, that is, I think, in the text, of course, the minister knows more about it, that all final judgments of the court have to be implemented. Mm-hmm. There is no excuse in the text. Yes, the court is always available for discussion. Yes, the Committee of Ministers is always available to discuss how to implement it. But the question whether to implement it or not will be closed by the summit. You have to do it. It's part of the obligation. And in the final statement, there will be proposals how to create a better mechanism that makes also the countries involved realize that executing a judgment of the court in the end serves also your interest, your country, because otherwise you place yourself outside the convention system. There will be a special appendix, I think, on the convention system and the need to develop it. And these 10 principles, I think that there are 10, but it could be 12 as well. 10 principles that not we, but our heads of state are going to say. We commit ourselves to these 10 principles that allows us in the national parliament and in the assembly to hold them accountable. We do not order anything to them, although most of these principles are, of course, also in Fiona's beautiful report, but they commit themselves to it. So I think that is a step forward, and here again, our heads of state of government do not do it because they like to be friendly or gentle. They realize if we cannot protect and promote democracy, then we cannot uphold the system of the Council of Europe, then we cannot uphold effective multilateralism, and then we are in the hands of those who think that they have power without argument. So I think it's a large step forward, but the minister knows she's dealing with the exact text, but we will not be disappointed, I think.
Maybe in the similar areas that Titus was asking about, Titus Kolatean, about all the convention that has been agreed upon by the international institution and on the multilateralism stage. How can we actually let things happen whilst we have agreed upon all the convention? And he was asking about the diplomatic, governmental, and the political view. So I will ask you to have a quick answer to that. If we start by the governmental side, Madam Minister, yes? So, how can we actually, if we are always agreeing upon all these conventions, but still we are faced by the fact that there are states that are breaking them and not respecting them, how can we assure this? It's a great big question from Titus, but it may be your reflection on this.
Yeah.
More
well, I mean, of course, I have thought about this a lot, probably through the years a bit, but first and foremost the last 1.5 years, because again, we created a system that was supposed to make these worst scenarios impossible. But taking that aside, of course, we have many others where we have promised to do things and said that we were going to execute things or we were going to cherish stuff and all that. I think I'm an optimistic person in general, but my short answer would be we can't. I mean, it's we're just, you know, you have all these individuals, you have these, you have the will, you have obligations, you have diversity, you have complicated societies, and then you have societies working together that are very different between, you know, each and every society has its challenges and culture and norms and domestic political things that can go up and down and you know, swifts of governments and elections, and it's just a very complicated thing. And that's why when I talk about multilateralism, I don't pretend that it's awesome all the time. I mean, it definitely has its flaws, but it's, you know, just so much better than everything else that we've tried. And I think in my humble opinion, it's a bit more humble to describe it in that way. So it's not a solution for all of it. It's not a promise that we can fix everything, and we know that some of it will take time, some of it will change, and it will be difficult to execute everything we promise, but it doesn't mean that we shouldn't push. And it's always better to have it on paper because it's a step, and then you push, and then you take the step, and then sometimes we take steps back. But I also think that this is partly the reason why individuals and people don't really relate to it, because when they see something on paper and they see it didn't really happen, they ask themselves, well, what are they discussing all the time? Why should I trust it? So that is why it's our obligation to have this dialogue and try to explain. And sometimes it's difficult, but you know, life is complicated and many things are difficult, but it doesn't mean that we shouldn't try. And then when something succeeds, we really have to lift it, because if we don't do it, nobody else is going to do it for us. So short answer is we can't, but I would, you know, add to that, but it doesn't mean we don't try.
What about the view of the diplomat? Does she agree upon this?
Non, mais je suis tout à fait d'accord. On peut, je veux dire, il y a aussi un principe de réalité. Le principe de réalité, c'est que le recours à la force, ça existe dans le monde et qu'il est souvent très difficile de s'y opposer. On peut réagir, comme on l'a fait dans le cas de l'Ukraine, adopter des sanctions, aider le pays qui est en état de légitime défense. Donc il y a beaucoup de choses à faire pour rétablir l'ordre. Mais moi j'ai connu les Nations Unies des années 90, j'étais à la mission permanente et à l'époque c'était la fin de la guerre froide justement. Et on parlait de Big Blue Dream et tout le monde pensait qu'il y aurait une paix perpétuelle qui serait assurée par les Nations Unies, par les casques bleus. Et puis, il y a eu les massacres de Bosnie, il y a eu le génocide au Rwanda, et on est revenu un petit peu à la réalité qui était très négative. Mais en même temps, à la suite de ça, il y a eu un travail qui a été fait sur le maintien de la paix robuste pour pouvoir faire appliquer les mandats. Il y a eu également des résolutions concernant la situation des femmes dans les zones de conflit. Et donc, il y a quand même des progrès, même si c'est des progrès lents et insatisfaisants. Mais effectivement, il faut continuer à essayer d'appliquer nos principes.
Merci. Tini, is it the politicians, are they unable to respect all the convention that we have already agreed upon? What about
I think when the good Lord created man and afterwards women, because that was the better option, he realized, but then politicians were not in the first row. Yes, I agree with the Madam Minister. Although we oblige ourselves to everything, we do not deliver on everything. But tomorrow, our heads of state and government are going to deliver. And we parliamentarians are then in the situation to hold them accountable. But answering to the question of Titus, what is now the political reality? I think that we all realize, politicians realize from all tendencies, from all over the globe, if we are not able to restore a system that is based on the rule of national and international law, if we are not able to cooperate on that basis, we will compete. And we will compete not on the basis of the rule of law, but on the rule of power, economic power, military power, political power, whatever power. But we know the answer if we develop in that second direction where it ends. It ends in a big mess. For the first time since long, we heard talks about a world war, about nuclear war, about all these things. We are living in challenging times, so now we have to be brave enough to give the answer. Cooperation is far better than competition. And in times of crisis, in times of challenging situations, we do not need less democracy, we need more democracy, because only when we involve all our citizens, from the youth to the elderly, then perhaps we are able to survive as a humane society, as is mentioned in the statute of the Council of Europe. So these are the two challenges, and it's politicians we have to answer. We will be held accountable by our children and by our grandchildren. Thank you.
I'm taking the two last quick questions from Inger Chu. Inger, the floor is yours.
Thank you, and good to see you here. And I have more to comments than questions. And first, to our ambassador that mentioned China. I think many countries in Europe these days, also in Norway, we had a visit from the foreign minister of China. It's a charming route, and I share your views about. You addressed the views. And my second point is that despite that we have an international architecture, I'm really worried, and I'm not alone, of this democratic backsliding in Europe. Even though we have an international architecture with Council of Europe, UN, EU, and OECD, and so on. And back to what you said, Tini, it starts and it continues at home. Mm-hmm. Because when you see backsliding of democracy in Europe, it didn't start in the Council of Europe. It didn't start in the EU either. It started not in the Parliament either, but back in the small communities with individuals, with the civil society, and then in the small communities and in the parliaments. The backsliding of democracy starts and ends and continues. And what's worrying me is that if we have a distance between the international architecture and the people in each country, we have to close that gap. And I expect then that tomorrow in the summit and our state leaders address 10 or 12 points to continue. I have to follow up back home in my parliament and address my government. And I expect every 46 countries, member states in the Council of Europe, but also in the other international architecture, as I mentioned. So it was just that reflection to tighten that gap. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Ingrid. Very, very good thoughts. But also, there was a question in there. Andre, from Finland. No, I'm kidding.
Thank you. Thank you, Rosa Björk. I'm from Germany. I would like to thank you for this panel, especially for reminding on the necessity of peace, and to Sylvie Bergman on the opening of our view on the global level, and including the view of the global south. And this is my question about. I see in the last year a growing division between our views on, let's say, on the war on Ukraine by Russia. Not in condemning the war. That's a big majority in the world. But what does it mean? How it is interpreted? How can we come out of this? And if I look, for example, for the decision of the UN Human Rights Council some weeks ago on human rights consequences of unilateral sanctions, we have a total division. All our Council of Europe member states, as far as I see, voted against this, and the rest of the world voted in favor. Whole Africa, whole Latin America, whole Southeast Asia. So I see a growing division which is reflected by the international, we have a very fast changing international architecture. So my question is on this, what could we do at least to keep a communication to this process? We are a European body, of course. But is it, for example, possible to invite, let's say, somebody like Lula or the South African foreign minister, or have some communication with the UN Human Rights Council? Or it's not enough, Tini, that the UN is represented by somebody. This is will not reflect this situation. So my question is, how can we as a parliamentary assembly go into communication to this process? Thank you. And maybe for Tini and maybe for Sylvie Bergman has ideas as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Monsieur Gauthier.
Yes, thank you very much for giving me the floor. I raised my hand immediately at the end of the panel because I wanted to react to what the representative of the youth said. The Prime Minister can actually testified, and the President. I always ask this question preparing the summit: what about the young people, the youth? Because it's so important to have them involved in this system. And Tini, you are right. We cannot fail in multilateralism, but we cannot fail in democracy either. And what worries me is when I listen to young people, for example, when we speak about climate change, the environment, and they tell us, yes, but democracy is not quick enough. The politicians are not efficient enough, so we need other ways. And I understand this impatience, but it's very dangerous if we say democracy is not efficient enough, because what are the other solutions? And they are very dangerous. So how can we improve things in order for young people to come into the democratic system, to love it actually, and to be part of it, and to not have the impression they are the politicians and the citizens, we are all together. Democracy is the property of all citizens, and so we have to engage all together, maybe improve procedures, the way we work, but be all together in this same direction of working, improving things in our society within the democratic system and not outside of it. So how can we do that better?
Thank you. Short question from the woman beside. I'm losing my sight, so I cannot see your name, unfortunately. Not losing.
Thank you. My name is Zanda Kalniņa-Lukaševica. I'm chair of the Latvian delegation.
Yes, thank you so much.
And first of all, allow me to say a huge thank to our hosts for excellent organization and hospitality. And you know, Iceland has a very special place in the heart of all Latvians, as Iceland was the first country to recognize the restoration of our independence back in 1991. And maybe therefore I see a huge symbolism in the fact that after this meeting and after the Reykjavik summit, we are all going to Riga to meet next week and to start immediately to work on the implementation of the Reykjavik declaration and decisions. So I really believe that it is our obligation to do the utmost to save and strengthen the rules-based international order. And I think it is our obligation to our societies to require that we join the forces to find the means to defend our values and our democracies. And so I believe that to be able to safeguard rules-based international order, we have to hold accountable those who breach the law. So we need to keep Russia and its leaders accountable. Of course, I'm happy to congratulate ourselves that we reached the agreement to establish the damage register, but there is much more to be done, and I believe that the next steps, what we need to do is reaching agreement on the ad hoc international tribunal and also on a mechanism for compensation. So that brings me to the question. Sometimes we restrict as politicians ourselves with thinking and pretending to know what is possible beforehand and what is not. Therefore, I would like to ask you today the question that if you would imagine that you would have a magic power to convince all democratic countries in the world to reach one concrete decision, one concrete agreement, what would it be? So what you personally believe is the most important step to safeguard rules-based international order and to keep the aggressor accountable? Thank you so much.
I think that's an excellent question, which we will keep for the last to end this good panel here. We had some questions now regarding the democracy. And Ingrid was reflecting on how we can, she was talking about the democratic backslide that we've been seeing and we are challenged by, and how we can strengthen the democracy back home when we are working in the field of the multilateralism and in the international sphere. How can we bring it back home? Alice, do you have any ideas on that?
Yes, absolutely. Well, I'm very aware of where I am and what people I'm sitting with, but honestly, I think there are very few of European citizens who understand what the Council of Europe is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And testimony, I've been engaged in the European youth movement for over 15 years before I took the energy to actually figure out what the Council of Europe was. So I think we have a huge challenge here that if we want to bring it back home, we also need to be able to translate. What does it mean? What are these terminology that are being placed in just the idea of you know, what is a convention? What is a treaty? How do you interpret that instead? And as someone who speaks on behalf of youth, I'm very often asked about social media. But honestly, if you look at how the world communicates today, and especially the generations who've grown up in the digitalized society, it's not by going to a website and going through different links to find a document and to there try to figure out what is actually decided by the states of the Council of Europe. And how will the citizens of Europe defend this institution if they don't know that it exists, if they don't know what it does and which rights are actually covered by it? So I definitely think that there needs to be a huge step after this summit in modernization of how to work with outreach and also to be able to follow up what is actually being implemented in these discussions. Because otherwise, what is a summit worth, really?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That leads me to not the second question after, because I'm keeping Andre's question a little bit lower, but because there was a democratic question as well coming from a member of Switzerland, right, which has a lot of experience regarding direct democracy and giving out questions to the inhabitants. And also in relations to this, because we are in the recent times, we are more eager to have the decision making very quick, and we have to have more information, and we need to take the decision quickly. But mindful of good decision, they have to develop, and they have to be discussed, and they have to be like getting to prove a little bit. Minister, do you have any in your thoughts on this? We who have been living and our lives in the politics, there are always this increased demand on taking decision quickly, acting quickly on things. What is your thoughts on this?
Well, I will try to be short, but it all links, and it really is a very interesting. I mean, your points and at least 2 or 3 of the questions, the roots were all how can we be sure that regular human beings that live in this area see some benefits in the fact that these values will be cherished, that it's something in it for them. Does it really matter? Will everything, be a mess if it's not? And it totally reflects to, I mean, what does Council of Europe do? In Iceland, it has been quite the misunderstanding. I mean, it has the same flag and the same song, and people are like, we are not part of the EU, why are we having a meeting? Is it somehow related? And you have to have this discussion. I would think that the Human Rights Convention is the best brand, the best known brand of the Council of Europe. People know, at least here, people know about it and they understand the court, and they like individuals know that they can bring a case to it, and I would say that that's part of the engagement, and it's interesting because I've been in politics for quite some time. I understand that I'm a privileged person, a position of power, and at the same time I'm 35. I don't look at myself as middle-aged just yet. So somehow I would say that my generation was told that this would not probably be a problem, and still I'm in a position where I'm mostly surrounded by individuals that are older than me, and you see this link to, I have discussions, of course, with people around me in a couple of generations on, the values and the tools to cherish it, and how do we do that. And I think that some of your points on it's not enough for politicians and leaders to agree on something, and it's not enough that we have a good run, institutions if the general public doesn't relate to it. And I think this is the same with democracy. I mean, it's both multilateralism, why it's important. International institutions, why is it important? Democracy in general, why is it important? And I totally agree with you. I understand that young people can be impatient, and in the group that I'm usually in, I consider myself to be. But you also, it's a very dangerous thing to say, well, we have to give discounts on democracy because we have to run faster. We have to find other ways to do that through democracy, because otherwise that won't end well. And there, of course, it's a cooperation between political elected people, governments, private sector, NGOs, and there I think it's the most important thing. It may sound as a cliche, but it's true. People just have to listen. Listen more what people are actually saying and have the dialogue. So when another person is speaking, listen and then have the dialogue so we have this common understanding. It sounds simple, it is difficult, but that's the only way we can do things.
Mm-hmm. Very good. We are running a bit out of time, so I'm sorry about that, Tini, but I'm giving the question of Andri Hunko to the ambassadors about how we can actually reinforce the cooperation between the UN and the PACE and the UN and the Council of Europe. What is in your 2 cents about that? How can we increase the cooperation between those 2 important bodies? Yeah, we already have.
Il y a déjà une coopération qui est engagée entre les deux, et en dehors du Conseil européen des droits de l'homme dont on a parlé tout à l'heure, je peux vous dire que dans la société civile russe, tout le monde le connaissait et regrette effectivement les conséquences de l'expulsion de la délégation russe, qui était évident, il n'y avait pas d'autre choix. Mais en tout cas, quand on a un instrument qui est utile et qui est au service des peuples, il est connu et apprécié. Pour les Nations Unies, il y a eu aussi, pour des pays en voie de démocratisation, il y a eu tout le travail qui avait été fait par la Commission de Venise, qui qui était très, très importante aussi. Et puis, toutes les conventions, toute l'action qui est menée, par exemple, sur la dépénalisation de la criminalité, qui débouche aussi sur une résolution de l'Assemblée générale. Donc, dans la mesure où les Nations unies sont appelées à se prononcer aussi sur le droit, avec des résolutions contraignantes, les relations entre les deux sont évidentes.
Merci. We're finishing off this very good panel before we take a coffee break, but to end this, I would like to have your reflection, because this was an excellent question coming here. If you want to convince others on the profit of democratic cooperation, and you have a magic wand, what would be your decision? It's a big one, and I'm starting with you, Alice. It's short.
Yeah, very short.
Very short.
One just argument, no?
Yeah, just, what would be your decision?
My decision, okay. So I would definitely be sure to change how we categorize political participation, because it's so outdated, it's ridiculous. Because if you look at the majority of young people today, they are what we call unorganized by any statistic measures. But that doesn't mean that they don't care. It's just that they lack an affiliation to be organized with, right? So we are really shutting the door for defenders of the core values of the Council of Europe to be able to participate. So, for example, Fridays for Future, gigantic network, organizes millions of young people. They have a huge challenge to be included in democratic decisions when we meet in these formal types of settings. So it's completely outdated. Change that, and I'm sure that we will have many more interesting discussions.
Thank you. Madame Ambassadrice.
La seule chose, c'est qu'il y a des règles et qu'il faut que les règles soient respectées et qu'au moins ceux qui les ont signées le fassent, parce qu'on a des États qui sont réticents, mais il y a des États qui sont signataires et qui ne le respectent pas davantage.
Merci. Minister.
Choose one, I would say safeguard individual freedom.
Very good. Tini?
This is too difficult for me, but I would...
No.
No. But therefore I'm going to use someone else. That we all realize that we are in really dangerous times, that we have to find answers, but we do not know the answers, and we think if we have answers that they are not doable. But in the end, we know it will be necessary to do something. And that is this beautiful lesson learned to us by the first female elected, democratically elected president on the world, Madam Vigdis Finnbogadottir, who was our guest this morning and to whom we have named our new Women's Empowerment Prize. All social processes to change what seems to be unchangeable goes in three stadia. First, it is unthinkable. Then it is impossible. But in the end, it's inevitable. It is inevitable to restore and strengthen the system of multilateralism in order to prevent the world from going complete the wrong direction. So thank you very much, Madam President of Iceland, Madam Vigdis. We will remember your words from the unthinkable, impossible, inevitable.
Thank you. That was a good word. By this, we will finish the first panel out of two. Thank you so much, Tini Cox, Þórdís Kolbrún Gylfadóttir, Reykjavik Gylfadóttir. I'm still confusing. I was sorry after all this time. And Ambassador Sylvie Berman and Alice Bergholz, good luck in your work. And thank you so much for good questions. We take 15 minutes for coffee break. Hello, hello, dear guests, dear all. We are continuing here our, hello. So everybody, I hope you all had enough of coffee and sweets and full of energy for the continuation of our discussion with these beautiful and bright people who are here in the panel. And why am I echoing so much? Is that a reason for that? Okay, he is trying to fix that. So, dear all, we are continuing our panel here because of the extraordinary meeting of the Standing Committee and because of the Reykjavik Summit, who is formally beginning tomorrow. And as we mentioned here in our earlier panel, it was a joke, but I think 70% of our people in Iceland are participating or preparing the summit, which is of course a huge event for us. And we are very hopeful to have a thorough outcome of that summit, of course. So, this panel here that we are beginning with is around the new generation of rights and the current and future challenges, of course. And we have great people here in our panel. Madam Katrín Jakobsdóttir, the Prime Minister of Iceland. Tini Cox, the President of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe. Ilse Brandt-Keris, United Nations Assistant Secretary General for Human Rights. Ms. Natalia Smuha, researcher and assistant lecturer, Institute for European Law in Leuven, an expert on artificial intelligence. And then we have Ms. Tinna Hallgrímsdóttir, youth representative in the Icelandic Climate Council, and who has been a very efficient advocate for environmental issue and the climate crisis. So welcome everybody. And the new generation of rights. Well, when we think about the new generations of rights, we are actually maybe all faced with the fact that we are facing the climate crisis, the artificial intelligence, the democratic backsliding, the right of marginalized people, and gender equality, of course, which is not a new generation of rights, but ongoing battle for us. But still, we are often thinking about this concrete rights and human rights that we have been fighting for decades and generations. But also we are faced with new reality. So I want to begin with you, Ms. Prime Minister. The new generation of rights. What comes into your minds when we say these words? And what, for you, these rights, what are they for you? And what do we need to enshrine them now in legal instruments, or are we already doing that? Or how are we addressing these so-called new generations of rights? If you can elaborate a little bit on that.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for inviting me to this panel discussion on a very urgent topic. And I'm absolutely thrilled, actually, that the Standing Committee is here in Reykjavik. So I would like to say that I'm very happy that this was arranged. New generation of rights, it's quite a big topic. But I think, actually, if we want to be very simple, simply the new generational challenges obviously require that we think of our rights differently than we have done before. And I know that the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe has been very active, for example, when it comes to the right to a healthy, sustainable environment. You ask, are we doing enough? We have actually a UN recommendation on this. We have a proposal from the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe. I myself have proposed this to the Icelandic Parliament in a constitutional amendment, which was not passed. I will try again. So I think a lot is happening in all of our countries concerning this right to a healthy, sustainable environment. But I think the generational challenges are more. You mentioned artificial intelligence. We are seeing an exponential growth in the new technologies. We are seeing, you know, those who have been designing those new technologies actually leaving the ship and giving us a warning, and that must be a sign to all of us that we need to look at the regulatory framework, we need to look at the ethical standards, and we need to think about the effects of AI on human rights and on democracy. And when I was actually a member of the Parliamentary Assembly in 2017, the Council of Europe was doing actually a very good work on exactly this, on the ethical standards. How are we going to deal with the fact that, you know, when I enter a home for the elderly after not so many years, will I meet a human there? Or will I simply meet machines? You know, these questions need to be asked and answered. We need to have new norms and standards in dealing with this. And lastly, because I think it's important that we can have a discussion here and not just monologues, you know, our notion of democracy in the Council of Europe is an inclusive one. And it's very closely related to the social charter. And it means in reality that we really do not want to leave anyone behind. We want to think about the vulnerable groups. And I think we must connect this notion of democracy to equality. And I think one of the challenges we're faced with is also inequality, not just the traditional inequality, but also inequality directly related to the climate crisis and this exponential growth of new technologies, which we see actually creates also new inequalities. Because artificial intelligence, I'm looking at the expert here because I'm not an expert, I can't even turn on my television correctly, but I know as much that artificial intelligence is based on data, and data has an inbuilt bias. We have more data on men than women, we have more data about some nations than others, and therefore we have a built-in bias which actually can create new inequalities. So I think I would mention those three generational challenges which obviously require us to rethink our rights.
Can I just ask one question? Because you have been very vocal about the LGBTI rights and of LGBT rights of a person throughout the world, and you have done quite a job on that, both here in Iceland and being very vocative about that internationally. We've seen and witnessed the backlash against progress made. You mentioned the gender rights, but we are also seeing this backlash regarding women's rights and the rights of the LGBT person. How can we counter this backlash?
Well, it is quite, I must say, when I first participated at a CSW meeting in New York, I actually realized the very tough debate on whether we could actually agree on a status quo when it came to the rights of women and gender equality and not be faced with a backlash. Mm-hmm. So we were not actually talking about progress. We were talking about maintaining status quo. And I was a little bit shocked. Back then, it was in 2019. But what we have been seeing is, of course, backlash when it comes to women's reproductive rights, and we have also seen a backlash in gender equality in general and in LGBTI rights. And you ask, what can be done? Well, I think first and foremost, we must remember that when we're talking about human rights, never anything seems, you know, they never are a given. We always must stay vigilant. And I must say that multilateral cooperation, like within the UN and the Council of Europe, is essential to actually push back the pushback. Because I think when we're talking about something so important as human rights, we need to have that multilateral cooperation. We need to realize that we are not all the same. We don't all share the same ideas. We come from different cultures and different political parties, but the progress that has been made has been through multilateral cooperation. And it, you know, during my time in office, at least I have become more and more convinced of the importance of multilateral cooperation in dealing with challenges and backlashes like we have been dealing with.
Thank you. Tini, you have been, what? How many years have you been in the Parliamentary Assembly? 18?
Only 20. Only 20.
20. And you have a...
Emmanuel is longer there, so...
And you have a lot of experience also back home in your parliamentary works. When we talk about so-called new generation rights, as this panel is about, the right to a healthy environment, human rights in the digital age is another, and when we call it new rights, is that, in your opinion, is that something different from the existing generation of rights? Are we entering into a phase where we are faced with other challenges, or is it some kind of another form of the current human rights that we have already been trying to ensure for the last decades?
I think in essence we are not talking about new rights that as the issue itself. To say gender equality is a new right, well, it looks like at a certain stage we decided, okay, everybody is equal, from now on we also add women to that. No, when the convention was written, it says in Article 1, everyone, nobody excluded, has the right to be equally treated. So, no, it's not new, and to be protected against the danger of artificial intelligence is not new, because the whole convention is about protecting citizens against their own governments. That is what our convention is about. So, and if that government uses new techniques, then you cannot really say it's a new right. If you talk about the right for a healthy and safe environment, yes, the convention speaks about that everybody is entitled to life, and that the life is protected. So living in a dirty environment which kills you, and we know the figures by now, a dirty environment is not only dirty, but it does kill, it does hurt people, and in an unequal way, as Catherine already mentioned. So it's not new, but the attention given to it, that has of course a lot to do with the developments in society. And may I use this opportunity, because I see him sitting there in the corner, Rick Dames, he's now talking with his neighbor, but he should now listen to me, Rick, because I'm going to praise. I am going to praise you, my predecessor, because as Catherine referred, we are already discussing these new versions, you could say, of fundamental human rights for a long period, and especially under the presidency of Rick Dames. When we talk about artificial intelligence, when we talk about the right to a healthy environment, and when we talk about the right of women to have equal access to rights and to be protected against the violence that is used against them. It is, I think, under the presidency of Rick Dames that we really showed that our assembly is able to deal with real issues, new issues. And the fact that tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, you know it better than I, Catherine, but in the final statement, it will be mentioned. These issues will be mentioned, and our heads of state and government are going to commit themselves that they are going to deliver on this. So we have made progress. So no, Rosa, it's not new, but yes, Rosa, the new attention given to it is very important, and our assembly should be humble, but in this respect be a bit proud.
It's new and not new. I think that's the best answer.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe new form.
Because actually what you say is so right. Because you often hear, do we need to rewrite out our rights? Because you say everybody is equal. Why do you have to talk about women? Why do you have to talk about LGBT? But we still have to, because we haven't somehow managed to ensure those rights and equality. So I think it really, and the new challenges, exactly as you say, create even more pressure on rewriting them.
Again, we completely agree.
We completely agree.
Ilse Brandt-Keris, the Secretary General has been very decisive and vocal when it comes to gender equality and environmental issues and climate crisis, and has been very decisive when he's asking for a clear response from the leaders of the leaders of the states to respond to that crisis. But give us some information about what has the UN been doing when it comes to this new generation of rights, and what is the UN perspective on these new, so-called new rights?
Well, thank you very much, first of all, for having me here, because I think that in itself is really, and I think you started with that, and I understand there was a panel before, in how important it is for all of us to work together, and for the regional organizations to really work closely with the UN as the global one, and of course also at the national level. So yes, indeed, I mean, gender, I can't help but come in, because even on that one, it's true that we have talked about it for how many years, and of course we still realize that the implementation is not there. So gender as a cross-cutting issue, I think, in all of the areas we work on is essential, and indeed the Secretary General of the UN is very strong and spontaneously strong, I would say, on gender equality whenever he talks about other rights and situations. But it's such an interesting beginning, the whole idea of whether we're talking about new rights and the generational rights, or whether they're new challenges and the frameworks that we have. How do we apply them? How do we interpret the framework so that they really apply to these rights? Indeed, also maybe with the reason that we've had some other specialized conventions and frameworks or even binding conventions, that sometimes we need to have that specificity, even if we can cover it under the general rights. So I would agree with the right to a healthy, clean, healthy, sustainable environment. You mentioned already that at the UN, of course, there have been many discussions like there have been in the Council of Europe, but there were two, in the last couple of years, there were some advances in recognizing this right, both at the Human Rights Council initially, passing a resolution, and then also at the General Assembly in the UN, which means all of the member states actually passed the resolution. And I think that those are really landmark resolutions to recognize that this is a right as such, and we need to continue working on it. And I understand also the brilliant work that is done at the Council of Europe to make sure that we cooperate on bringing this forward and having the binding norms on there. I can't help but mention, however, as a former member of the Human Rights Committee, there is, because you mentioned the right to life, and I completely agree, and there is a very dense commentary, the General Comment 36 of the Human Rights Committee on Article 6 of the International Covenant for Civil and Political Rights, that comments that the right to life is, of course, a right to life in dignity, but it specifically references also the environment, precisely as you say, because it relates, of course, both to climate change, to pollution, but also biodiversity, all three aspects in the triple planetary crisis we have, but also looking for the rights of present and future generations. So with that perspective, and as you know, certainly in the region you cover, there have been a lot of advances also at the national level in making sure that that right is recognized, even through court interpretations, but all the more in the work we continue to do. We're very happy to work together with the working group also of the Council of Europe on this one. For the new technologies, it is, of course, something we have spoken for so long about digital, and now suddenly AI has become the topic that everyone, and I think actually the advantage of having this fear being expressed in public by some of the leaders even in developing the technologies is that it's actually on the global agenda, that it's engaging. I think you mentioned equality. I agree, as the key principle, equality and non-discrimination. It would go both for the environment as well as for the new technologies, and certainly for AI. There's also the participation issue, the key principle, of course, and accountability, which comes together with transparency. And I think that this one is really good, that people are engaging on becoming aware of what really the potential threats are. All of the good things that AI bring to us and will bring to us, but how do we put the safeguards there? What are the ones, maybe what are some of the developments that should be banned altogether, and some of those that are maybe not at that extreme level of risk? How do we put the safeguards in place? How do we create that regulatory framework so that they can really be applied in a way that is compliant with human rights? And of course, I would not stop there before also maybe raising that risk that I understand under discussion of the scope of where this would apply, where we have some concerns over the sometimes understandable wish to exclude, for instance, national security from the coverage of AI technology, also border management in some cases, and of course law enforcement very closely follows on the national security, and clearly from a human rights perspective, that those are areas that in particular require making sure that there are systems in place that respect human rights. So certainly a strong plea for continuing discussion and making sure that those safeguards are there, that we're coherent on the work that we're doing globally with your important work as a regional institution, and that we go forward with that promotion of ensuring that we really do respect human rights in all of these, both in the development of the technologies and of course in their production, in their sale, in their purchase, in their application, so all the way through the entire life cycle of the technologies. But I will stop there for now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Though, then it's a good thing that we are passing our questions to the researcher and assistant lecturer, an expert on artificial intelligence, Nathalie Smuha. As Ilse mentioned, there are so many of us who are afraid of this new technology and are driven by the fear that the artificial intelligence will throw our lives up in the air and diminish our democracy and become fuel into social unrest and so forth. But the challenges are, regarding the new technology, is how we can protect the human rights, isn't it? And the fundamental freedoms that we have to do earlier, not earlier than now. So can you a little bit elaborate on that? How we can protect those human rights and fundamental freedoms in the times of fast evolving artificial intelligence? I know this is a big question, but still it would be great to have your thoughts on that.
Sure, thank you. And thank you for having me here. So I think by now everyone is aware of the profound impact that AI has on society at large. And of course, this does not come falling from the sky, right? It's human beings who create this technology, and it's human beings who decide to delegate ever more important decisions to the technology. So there is a human choice here, which I need to stress. And of course, by now we also all know that besides many benefits indeed that the technology has, there are also risks. And in fact, experts have been warning for these risks already for years, but often those were female experts or experts of color, and they're not as listened to as, of course, when it's the powerful companies that say themselves. But finally, we are starting to get there. And so action is needed in order to ensure that these risks don't just exacerbate inequalities and don't just keep the powerful powerful and the vulnerable vulnerable. And that's exactly what the Council of Europe is currently doing by negotiating this AI convention. An AI convention to safeguard human rights, democracy, and the rule of law, core values that can be affected by, again, our reliance or choice to rely on those systems. And so what I was thinking of doing is just explaining a few myths, statements that I often hear when we talk about AI regulation, but which we should repudiate, because they stand in the way of, I think, effective AI regulation. And I hear them all the time because I get often questions about how should we regulate it. And so the first question I often get is, yes, but human beings are biased as well. So why should we single out this technology? And of course human beings are biased, but AI systems operate at a scale and speed that is unprecedented. So with one push of a button, an AI system can ruin the life of basically an entire population. So there is a difference, and that merits ex ante obligations. A second thing I often hear is that we should only focus on very advanced machine learning and not all software. And to people who say that, I invite you to look not only at the childcare benefit scandal in the Netherlands or Clearview AI or Cambridge Analytica, which was indeed more advanced systems, but think also, for instance, of the British Post Office scandal, which ruined the lives of so many people, caused great human tragedy, and this was a very basic software. We wouldn't even call it AI nowadays, but it really ruined the lives of many. So the convention's scope should be as broad as possible, both in terms of the systems that it covers and in terms of the domains that it covers. I often also hear it's just a matter of time for AI systems to get better. They will get more accurate. You know, it's just a developing process, and then there won't be risks anymore. So here I have another example. Imagine facial recognition technology, which indeed today, because of biased data, is just not as accurate for people of color or for women. But let's assume that in a few years it will be extremely accurate. And we can have cameras everywhere that with great accuracy can determine that, for instance, in my face, there are some Jewish origins. Is that so much better for privacy and democracy, that the AI systems are then more accurate? So it's not just the development of the technology, it's also the use. And the convention needs to have clear red lines on what is acceptable and what is not. I also often hear, and you probably hear it as well as politicians, yes, but what about innovation? If we regulate AI, we will kill innovation, and that would be detrimental. Then I ask the question, why do we care about innovation? We care about innovation not intrinsically, but because innovation can enhance individual and societal welfare. We think that innovation can help us in prosperity and promoting human rights. So it makes perfect sense that in this AI convention that is being negotiated, we say, well, these are the boundaries in which we want innovation to flourish. And we need to clarify what those boundaries are. And it makes sense to say it's democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. And then the final point I often hear is, aren't we too early to regulate? Because there's so many effects of AI that we don't know yet, so shouldn't we wait until we know more? Well, we know that there is harm to human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. We've already seen it, both in private uses of AI and in public uses of AI. So it's not too early. It's very important to protect those rights and to protect those values, because the harm can not only be at a huge scale, but it can also be irreversible. So it's not too early to do something about it.
Thank you. Very interesting points. Very interesting points. Tinna Hallgrímsdóttir, you've been very active when it comes to, as a chair of the Icelandic Youth Environmentalist Association, you've been very active when it comes to raising the current and the future challenges of the climate crisis and the environmental issues. And when it comes to the new generations of rights, very often the climate issues is taken as a part of these new generation of rights. Do you think the Europe's leaders are doing the right things to identify, protect, to adapt to these emerging new human rights? And of course, particularly in your field, when it comes to the clean, healthy, and sustainable environment and the right to that. What is your opinion? Are we reacting in a right manner or way? Maybe I don't need to ask you, but still, you have to elaborate a little bit on that.
Well, I think the simple answer to that question is no, we're not doing enough, we're not reacting well enough. But a more complex one maybe pertains to what we were discussing, like how do we frame these issues and how that can in fact contribute to the problem. Specifically, I feel like we fall into a trap of framing the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment as merely a right for future generations or merely as a new right. And I want to emphasize that the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment is not only a right for future generations, it is as much of a necessity for each and every one of us sitting here today. We are in the midst of a triple planetary crisis, due to the climate emergency, pervasive toxic pollution, and the collapse of biodiversity, and these crises are already threatening human rights on a vast scale today. Over 20 million people are displaced every year due to extreme weather events. Pollution causes 1 in 6 deaths globally. In Europe, air pollution causes hundreds of thousands of deaths each year, and of those, 1,200 children. And I know it's easy to get lost in statistics and numbers, but I just want you to think about one child, maybe one that's close to you, dying a premature death simply by the act of breathing due to inhaling polluted air. So even though future generations will be the ones to bear the brunt of this emergency we're facing, we already see the effects of the triple planetary crisis on the lives of millions of people around the globe, preventing their full enjoyment of fundamental rights. And as with many crises, this one disproportionately affects already marginalized groups, and I want to specifically mention women and girls, indigenous people, refugees, people living in poverty, and people with disabilities. So we see the consequences happening right now before our eyes, and we must act with the sense of urgency required to secure the right of all Europeans to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. Secondly, I think it is a misnomer to refer to the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment as a new right. It is already recognized by the majority of the world's regional human rights institutions or systems, and therefore the European one is lagging behind. It is found in the majority of the world's constitutions or environmental legislations, and that also applies to the majority of the Council of Europe member states. So we already have decades of experience with the right and its protection at the national level. And also the court is already dealing with cases that relate to the right to a healthy environment. We have over 300 cases in which the court has ruled when it comes to environmental harms affecting the full enjoyment of human rights. So this is already happening. This is not something merely for future generations, and there's nothing inherently new about this right. The newness of it all seems to me to be that the Council of Europe has lost its status as a pioneer in human rights protection and is lagging behind. And I want to emphasize that in the current context, delay matters. Every additional degree of warming matters, every additional extinct species matter, and every additional life lost to the triple planetary crisis matters. And the urgency of the situation was recognized at the UN General Assembly last year by the adoption of a resolution declaring access to clean, healthy, and sustainable environment a universal human right. This was a resolution which all 46 member states of the Council of Europe voted in favor of. So for me, there's but one logical step forward if the Council is to demonstrate that it is fully committed to accelerating climate and environmental action and prioritizing human rights. The Council must adopt additional protocol to the European Convention on Human Rights, recognizing the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. Thank you.
Thank you. It's a very thorough reflection on how we can improve our work within the Council of Europe. So I'm now asking you to raise your hands and flags if you want to ask those good people questions. And we are going to take down, thank you. And yep. Rick Times, please. The floor is yours.
If it works. Well, first, thanks, Tini, for these nice words. But as you know, the President only does the agenda setting, and the work is done by the whole Assembly. And so basically, what happened during my presidency, and yours, by the way, is that we have got a fantastic team of members of Parliament who work like hell in order to produce these reports and recommendations that should basically force the Committee of Ministers to deliver. That's what it's all about, specifically when it is about environment and the 6 or 7 reports that we made, all recommendations unanimously. So thanks for the nice words, but basically these are nice words to all of these people, fantastic people that have done this job, because it's them and the team, the Secretariat, who prepares all of that. A couple of reflections. One, the uniqueness of the Council of Europe is that it is a standard-setting organization that is able to enforce standards through conventions, or even through the convention, the basic convention itself, allowing citizens on an individual basis to go to court. So that is what is unique to the Council of Europe. And this is also why the connection between the United Nations, Madam Assistant Secretary General, and the Council of Europe is so important. And I'll let you in on the secret. I gave the secret away at the last meetings. But we basically had kind of a strategic agreement prepared by myself and by Volker Turk, and we then discussed it with Mr. Guterres himself. And it was very simple. If you, Council of Europe Assembly, set the agenda on environment, that will allow us in our committee and then in the General Assembly to follow up, but then it's your turn to enforce it. And if you are able, Council of Europe, to do enforceable standard setting, then again it will come back to the United Nations, it becomes an example, and then you can feed it out all over the planet. It is as simple as that, the strategy. And so that is why, Madam Prime Minister, this summit is going to be so important. Now, before I head on that, because I will touch on you very specifically at the end of a couple of my remarks. Now, why did we discuss with Mr. Guterres new generation of rights? It's not that the rights are new, it is that the context in which that we as human beings are living changes. And when this context changes and then has an effect, an impact on rights and values, then you have to react. And what happens is that the context of us living today is so rapidly changing, artificial intelligence is an example of that, that you need to adapt in order to protect those values. And so that's the real meaning of a new generation of rights. And on top of that, the connection, the intergenerational connection, due to the ever-changing context, also is creating like a gap between generations, which is why I think that the most dominant issue where we can, as politicians, get youth back on board is the environmental issue, provided that we deliver. Now, let me come back on a very specific issue of environment. I won't be long, but this is a suggestion I would like to make to the Prime Minister, if you allow me to do so, if I may call you Catherine. I mean, I got a bit of experience on how these kind of meetings work. It all depends on how you tackle it out of the presidency, I believe. And you might be lucky or you might be unlucky. That's something you don't know. I had the privilege of presiding over the European Council of Ministers at some point in time. But if you put it at the right timing, the right words, and you got a couple of, let's say, friends in the room, you might go further than the text than you have now. And so this is what I would like to ask you. I don't know whether it's possible, so I'm not asking results. But I do believe that just recognizing as Council of Europe that a safe, clean, healthy, sustainable environment is a basic human right is not enough. Because this exists. We did it at the UN. You need, in my belief, you need to have the words also enforceable or standard setting or legal instruments. I mean, you need these words in there. You cannot just say, oh yeah, the Parliamentary Assembly unanimously said that it is a fundamental right, and the UN in its General Assembly said, yes, it's a fundamental right. We need to say, yes, it's a fundamental right, but we need to follow up on it, and we need to make standard setting, and we need to have legal instruments, a protocol, as you mentioned, which we did in our report. Why? Because then any citizen in the frame of the pan-Europe that we are can go to court and kick the you-know-what of the governments to move. Because the governments don't move and they don't deliver. Why are people angry? Because the political world is not delivering. It's as simple as that. How can you make the political world deliver? When it hurts. I mean, I've been long enough a minister to know that. When do you move? When you've got no choice. And so this is why, in this statement, I believe, there should be the mention of legally binding instruments, and I would prefer if you would mention a protocol in there. Second thing, if you allow me to suggest, In 1993, I believe, in one of the summits, we created ECRI, European Commission Against Racism and Intolerance. Just look at the enormous benefit that this simple instrument has had over the past 30 years. You could easily create in this summit, call it ECR, whatever, European Commission on Environmental Rights. I mean, the model is there, you just have to copy-paste on a different subject and move it on. It was decided in 93, it was put up in 94, it has been functioning for nearly 30 years, the benefits were huge. If you do that, I think we can get the youth back on board if you imply them in there and you make it work. So these are just two suggestions that I would like to make to you. And I do apologize for doing that, but I know from experience that the presidency can be key. Again, you can fail and you can win, and there's no success guaranteed, but I do believe that if you put these elements on the table in this summit, it is doable and it will make a huge difference. Just one last remark, if you allow me. Equality, just want to give you my broad feeling on that. Being equal is not being the same. This is one of the big mistakes people always make. Look at a society and then they say, yeah, we're all equal, but you need to be as equal as I am, so you need to be the same as I am. No, being equal is not being the same. Being equal basically is the right to be different. I just wanted to mention that because someone mentioned equality. Thank you.
Thank you for your intervention, Rick Times. I think this question needs to be answered by two persons. First, Madam Keres, the voting explanation of the UN resolution on the right to a healthy and sustainable environment, that made, even if the numerous member states of the UN, they voted for the convention, then many of the states, they had quite remarkable voting explanation. Do you think that, as I understand, Rick Times, that even if the member states and even if the states say they fully agree with something, and in the end this is a facade, this is like just being a member of the club, but not doing what it should be supposed to do, in your opinion?
Yes, no, thank you. I think those are absolutely essential points because, of course, passing resolutions is a very big step. It's a very big signal that is sent of coming together at a moment of crisis, exactly, when the realization is that people are angry and people are hurting, the harm is already there. But absolutely, it is political. It is not, those resolutions are not binding in themselves. They have no teeth as such. So, of course, we need to go to those next steps to see, on the one hand, what can we do with existing binding frameworks in the interpretation along the lines that we were talking about, and a lot can be done on both of these issues, but right now you focus more on the environment. And we see that, as was mentioned already at the national level, that is being done. There's jurisprudence already at the national level because there are norms that are binding at the national level. And I would add at the regional level, of course, Latin America is, we sometimes don't look enough at other regions. Latin America, of course, is quite advanced in this regard as well. And then for the role of the UN, I think absolutely, for the time being, working towards, we will take a long time to have a binding new treaty or convention, no doubt, at the global level, which doesn't mean we shouldn't go there and shouldn't do it and start the work and be active on it. But meanwhile, there are other ways of doing it. There's also the quasi-jurisprudence, let's say. It's not a court, of course, like the European Court for Human Rights, but there are the treaty bodies. So there is, of course, the individual complaints procedures, and there have been decisions, including by the Human Rights Committee, as I mentioned, and of course also in the Committee on Social, Economic, Cultural Rights, that are relevant, that are based on the fact that states have the obligation to protect, including the right to light that we discussed, but of course there are many other rights that are also on the line when it comes to environmental damage. So those processes and procedures already are dealing with binding norms, with decisions, and also the dialogue that is there. We have the Universal Periodic Review. So for all of the member states, including those from where all of you come from, to bring these questions into that peer review of other states and putting them in a way that really puts pressure on the member states in the recommendations and also then in accepting those recommendations of what needs to be done. We of course have the big process of the COPs as well that are coming up, and we know that there is sometimes don't deliver the way we would necessarily want them to, but there was some advances also made last time. So using meanwhile, while we are working towards a binding special instrument, whether regional or then as an example, but also the universal one, but using all of the available oversight mechanisms, the special procedures, the special rapporteurs that are there, and inviting and putting the pressures on member states to accept those visits so that those reports are done and that there is a very real dialogue on what actually the right means when implemented in practice. One last thing, if I may, and I mentioned, of course, we all know that it's states ultimately that have the obligation to implement the rights. We were talking about, I had mentioned the General Comment 36 on right to life that mentions specifically the positive duty of member states. So going beyond of not preventing harm, but the positive duty to intervene. But of course, that also means the role of businesses. And I think that here we have both for the environment side and the extractive industry and all of the damage that is done by certain kinds of interventions that needs to be addressed, but certainly also on the tech side, that we need to also, we have the UN guiding principles on business and human rights. They are not binding, but they are a code that increasingly is getting a buy-in and that needs to be developed. And of course, states are responsible also to make sure that the businesses, even those operating based on their own territory, even when they operate abroad, for instance, but certainly for their own ones within their jurisdiction, do respect human rights. So the whole human rights due diligence part of it, which is something we very much can engage in already now, before we have those binding instruments that I so look forward to as much as you do, I think, and we will keep working on it.
Thank you, Madam Kjerst, and of course I meant resolution when I said convention, so just for clarification. Madam Prime Minister, we big times talk about the need for standard setting regulation and protocol. I mean, when we have a resolution like the UN resolution, that we have rulings, even in the European Court of Human Rights, in the spirit of the development, both with the resolution, the UN resolution, and we also see the High Court in Germany ruling in these manners. The need for more legal binding instrument. Can you elaborate a little bit on that?
Well, here I will be speaking from my political view, and personally and politically, I think exactly as you mentioned, you know, the European Court of Human Rights has already ruled in maybe nearly 300 cases where they are dealing with the right to healthy, sustainable, clean environment. And what I have said, both here in Iceland but also abroad, if you know, it is really our duty as politicians to take those steps. Because the courts will be doing that very soon, and the courts in Iceland will also be doing this if we don't implement the regulation and really frame the parliamentary will. And when it comes to the Council of Europe, we have a very clear recommendation from the Parliamentary Assembly. However, and you said, and the presidency can do a lot, and I can assure you that we have been really pushing this agenda for the last 6 months. Obviously, many other things too, and I do hope that the outcome will be a very positive step in this. And I hear what you say, that it isn't closed until it's closed.
Thank you. I'm going to take more questions. Fiona, your question, please.
Thank you very much, Chair, and beg your pardon. Thank you very much, and thank you to the distinguished panel. And I particularly have to say thank you to Katrine and Bjarni and all of the organisers for doing an absolutely incredible job, both in preparing for the summit and indeed for the experience that we've had since we arrived yesterday. And I think that the note that today started with in terms of having a meeting in the university and having engagement with young people about their opinions and views in terms of the new challenges and values facing us really, really set the note. The one point that was made this morning on the panel that really has stayed with me all day is the fact that almost 72% of the world now are living under autocratic rule, even if there is a democracy in their country. And 10 years ago, that was only 50%. Now, that actually really shocked me in terms of thinking about where we've come from, where we are now, and where we're going. And so, based on that, even if some people consider they are living in a democracy, but their rights are taken from them in terms of the type of democracy they're living in, that has to be absolutely central to everything that we're about, both during the next 2 days and in relation to the Council of Europe. And based on that, while we talk about equality, and I know Rick addressed this in terms of it's not just about equality, it has to be about equity as well. We have to bear in mind the accident of birth when we're, talking about how climate change has impacted so many across the world. And there, as a phrase we would use in Ireland, there for the grace of God go I. It could be any one of us having to deal with all of those challenges. How do we put respect, empathy, and compassion back into the conversations? Because we can develop frameworks, we can develop legislation, but until the people that we represent have empathy and compassion, particularly around those who have to flee their own countries and they're coming looking for support, looking for security, looking for a life. And because of that, I will speak about my own country, but I think it's quite a common thing in many countries. People are rebelling against this. Immigration is being weaponized, and we're seeing the growth now of people saying, our country is for us, it's not for anyone else. And I think that's one of the absolute biggest challenges that we have. And when we talk about innovation and creativity in AI, and excuse me, those points are well made, but AI, I think, is never going to give us that empathy and compassion that we need and that we all need to lead on.
Thank you so much. I want to ask you, dear friends, to make your intervention short and your question clear and short, not more than 1 minute maximum. Sinkeris, it's your question next.
Thank you. Thank you for doing that remark.
I know you. That's why I said it.
Yes. Don't forget I have a Jewish sense of humor. So I just let 2 days, Sunday, Saturday, Friday, Congress of the Future, looking, Madam Assistant Secretary, to your Congress will be in 1 year, so, or future Congress of United Nations. So, how you see the place and possible place of Council of Europe and Parliamentary Assembly describing the frame of this future Congress created by United Nations next year? That will be great, first. Secondly, how you see the possible voting in the General Assembly if the votes will be about creation of special tribunal against Russia crimes of Ukraine. So we understand all complications. I have that marvelous text created by your Ministry of Foreign Affairs, it means Iceland Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and by further tomorrow, day after tomorrow. It's very important parts included. Huge thankfulness for Iceland and Iceland Prime Minister if we will touch the issue of sanctions. avoided by every possible country who are not from democratic world. Sanctions against aggressive Russia behaviors created by all of us means United States, European Union, and how to fight with avoiding the sanctions, dear Prime Minister. And I would like to say again, thank you so much for creating this fantastic opportunity. We look to your side like to leading, morally leading human rights players in the world. It's Iceland, it's you. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we take one question and we will give you some answer from the panel. Titus, it was your role.
Thank you, Rosa. I think also Julian was. Very briefly, it's not a question, it's a food for thought, mainly.
Short one?
60 seconds, yes. So, somehow following some of your comments and having in mind the draft convention of artificial intelligence that we have on our agenda on CAHAR, the experts of the Council of Europe, something that is making difference, and we know, among lawyers of international law, between international law and domestic law, is the fact that the international law, in general terms, is lacking the third element of the structure of the norm, that means sanctions. That is all the time offering the vulnerability of the international law. And what we see when we don't have the means to punish yet the crime of aggression is exactly expressing the fact that we have substance, but we don't have the judiciary or the mechanism to implement and to assure the efficiency of an accountability in this domain. Because the Council of Europe is famous, 200 conventions, important stuff, yes, it's the time to codify a fourth generation of fundamental human rights, but we should look very carefully. I liked the comment on the ex-ante view. We should look on those important topics. Artificial intelligence is essential, but we need to have in the same time in mind not only the technological capabilities and progress, but also the human dignity and some other elements of the human rights. So we need to be sure when codifying international law and new treaties and new generations of fundamental human rights that we have also that mechanism to be sure that is implemented and to assure the sanction if needed. It's food for thought.
Thank you. So I want to ask our specialist on the artificial intelligence about what Fiona was elaborating about the respect and empathy and compassion. And these are all human elements. And how can we safeguard these human elements to, at the same time, safeguard human rights? And at times when this new technology is moving very fast forward, and all the threats that we are being opposed by the AI. How can we preserve this? It's a big question as well.
Yeah, it's a difficult question, but that is why I always emphasize the human behind the system, because it's human beings who choose to delegate decisions to those systems. And so it's important to keep that human element. So in the AI Convention, for instance, ensuring human oversight, especially over decisions that have an impact on individuals, is crucial. And again, putting clear boundaries. Maybe we don't need AI systems for all types of decisions. Maybe for some decisions we say, this violates human dignity, which is an already established right. And if we translate that to the AI context, because I think that's what we need to do. We need to translate existing human rights to the AI context. That's, I think, the exercise we're currently doing. And so perhaps when translating human dignity to the AI context, we will need to face the fact that, okay, maybe for these areas, I don't know, assessing refugees' right to enter, maybe we need the human element to preserve a sense of human dignity and compassion. And this is why we need this convention urgently, to set these clear boundaries. And of course, we need clear implementation mechanisms for that as well. So in the convention, there should be supervisory authorities in the different states that ensure that these rights are respected, and especially that stakeholders are involved, that citizens have a say, because today, even though citizens are becoming more aware of the impact that AI systems have on their lives, they're not yet around the table of discussing when it affects their human dignity or which type of applications they want or don't want in their society. And there is still a lot of work to be done there, I think.
Tini, do you want to elaborate a little bit on this, on behalf of the parliamentarians and the Assembly, of these, how we can preserve those human elements of the human rights defenders, or the accent, which is, of course, the core of the human rights battle, if we can say so. It's the human elements of the compassion and so forth.
Perhaps also for time's sake, I'm very much in line with what you said. It's up to us. We artificial intelligence, we like to show us something that is outside of us. No, it's man, woman, made. It's invented by us. It's used by us. It's misused by us. And what we can never do is to hide, as it has happened. For example, you mentioned the big scandal in my country, where in the end the government had to step down, but in the beginning the argument was, yes, horrible things happened. The computer said no to tens of thousands of citizens, and therefore they were maltreated in a horrible way. But the first reaction was, the computer did it. No, the computer doesn't do anything. We did it. So to include these elements, I think that is always our obligation. All of our legislation in a rule of law-based states should imply compassion, reasonability, good faith. All these elements, they are already defined in our national and in our international legal systems. The mistake that is made, that we say when it has something to do with artificial intelligence, of which I know even less than my left neighbor, but that you then say, okay, the computer takes over. No, we never blame the computer. As politicians, never should blame the staff or
the remote control.
Yes, we should blame ourselves. So it is in our hands, I would say, and it's up to us to take that responsibility and not to shy away.
There was a question on the possible voting in the UN. I'm not what maybe you want to.
Yeah, it was the questions. Future Congress in United Nations, huge enterprise will be done in during next year. Future, how is the future and at the place of democracy in the future? Official Congress of United under auspices of United Nations. And second question, yes, about voting. How we will collect, how we will make this decision in United Nations during the voting about special tribunal. That's very complicated question. Sorry for that question. Thank you.
Ilse.
Well, thank you very much. No, on the tribunal, it reminds me of yours, so we can never say it's the computer, it's us. But luckily on the tribunal, I can say, well, it's actually not the UN Secretariat, it's the member states. So I can blame, in a sense, taking away from that question, because we can work on the substance, of course. But the actual voting on political decisions is, of course, the purview of member states and your ability to influence others to come on board. But I do think you're bringing a very important point there, because we are, as a global platform for member state interaction, I think the real importance of having cross-regional initiatives and coming on board together as the world, particularly on these new challenges we're facing, is essential. And that we remember that we go beyond our own regions, that we need to get everyone on board in order to make progress on it. So certainly a lot more work to be done that way across the regions, including on the tribunal that you're talking about. From our perspective as a secretariat, of course, the key thing would be to ensure, as I know you all are as well doing, that there is no overlap or no competition between the existing mechanisms, of course, the International Criminal Court in particular, and the processes there, and then how to make sure, and that the support is given to the national courts in Ukraine, as I also know that you have been discussing and is there. For the Summit of the Future, that's the one that is coming in 2024. We do have a big summit on the SDG Sustainable Development this fall, which is why the Summit of the Future was postponed a little bit. But work is underway already. Again, there are many different strands that are there. The Secretary General has been producing with all of us, and human rights have been, from our part, definitely something we've included in all of the different policy briefs on certain particular topics that feed into the member state discussions that will come up there. But certainly the topics we're discussing today are very relevant and will certainly be part of the summit of the future too. It's an opportunity to have pledges, to have real commitments, because beyond, it's not just the politics of it, as you will know as politicians, but it is the public commitments that politicians make. And those are useful even when it's not binding. And we should all help to hold everyone who's made such commitments accountable for that they actually implement them. So these kinds of summits and those events are very important for that. And I would be amiss if I didn't mention just one last thing, which is, of course, that this year is the Universal Declaration on Human Rights 75th anniversary. So it is something where we are deliberately working with the High Commissioner, with the Secretary General too, because it's across the UN system, but working across the world with coming back to that indivisibility and universality of human rights, that sometimes we hear these alternative discourses coming back, narratives coming up, that it's just you in the West or you in the North and so on. No, it is universal. We have the rights together. And we are working towards getting pledges from member states at the end of the year, when we will be coming up to the end of this entire year with various topics, concrete pledges of commitments of what will be done going ahead. And of course also a friendly call to the Council of Europe that certainly regional organizations' pledges are very much welcome as well. So thank you very much.
Julian, you had a question also as well. And Petra, and then we take those two questions and then we go to like a final thought
Thank you so much, and also thank the Prime Minister Bjarni and Ambassador Ragnhildur for their work, for this to happen. Thank you. I represent the ALDE group, the Liberals in the Assembly, and it's been us who very often have tackled the issue and the challenges of the new generation of human rights. And I'm very happy we're having this panel debate. Now the question is, we admit them, we create a formal way to discuss about them, and then we defend them. But we are lacking a mechanism to implement them. And without that, without creating a new institution to defend them, are we actually just doing halfway the job? That's one perspective. The second is, if we were to give these competences to the existing office of the Human Rights Commissioner, which is already overloaded, are we actually making an institution less functional, or should we create really a new institution to deal with the new generation of human rights within the Council of Europe? Because I'm a bit reluctant to talk about the innovation level at the United Nations level. And one more last remark beyond this question on duplicating the work and creating or not a new institution is just a call to both the President of the Assembly, but also to the President of the Commission Committee for Judges, to think of a set of criteria that would be used in order to have judges admitted to the court who are open to use international jurisprudence linked to the new generation of human rights, in order to make relevant the cases which are arriving to the court of so many thousands of people who are appealing there. So in order to do better, I think we have to have in place a set of clear criteria that include also the new generations. And I'm looking forward to listen to your answer on the two issues, on duplicating or not, creating a new institution within the Council of Europe, or not defending human rights, the new generation of human rights. Thank you.
Petra.
Yes, thank you very much for this very lively discussion. For some of us, we are in a completely different time zone and we're still awake, so that's a compliment to the interesting conversation. I have a question for Tina, because I feel that we haven't heard your voice enough, so I hope she can get some extra time to react on what has been said on the different topics. You said delay matters. And I would like to follow up on what Ines said on the importance of businesses. I feel that the younger generation is showing how we have purchasing power and voting power to make businesses become more aware of their responsibility. So that would be my second question, adding to the first one. I would really like to have your reflection on what has been said, and maybe you also have a more general message for us as members of the parliaments and senates to speak up.
Thank you. Prime Minister, do you agree with the reflection of Julian that we have to establish new institution within our institution already to tackle more with a more precise mechanism to fend these new generation of human rights?
I think the primary issue is to have a set of clear criteria, as you mentioned. That is the most important thing. How we then institutionalize it, I think that's more of an issue that we simply find the best ways. And you know as well as I do, there's always, people are often afraid of more and more institutions. So I think the most important thing is to have the set of clear criteria when it comes to those new generation rights, and how we will deal with it and how we'll implement it. As I mentioned earlier, the court is already dealing with it in so many issues, up to 300 cases that have come to the court. So I think the first step is the clear criteria. And I just like to add, because I didn't earlier, concerning AI versus the human elements of compassion, respect, caring, etc. I think, and this is just a thought from myself again personally, we talk a lot about the importance of having more education and research into science and technology, and I absolutely agree that's important, but let's not forget the humanities. If we want to really think about the human aspect of it, we need to think about humanities, and they, just like democracy, are under pressure everywhere in our continent, under pressure from a really firm belief in technological solutions to everything. And we have seen that that doesn't exactly function for democracy. Technology doesn't solve everything, so we need to be very mindful of humanities.
Good, very good. Tinna, you had a question on the phrase that you used, that delay matters, and another question regarding the purchasing power of the young people. Can you elaborate on these two things? Firstly, on your phrase on the delay matters?
Yeah, well, I think maybe I'll start with the purchasing power part of it, because I feel like we can also fall prey to think about this problem in an individualistic manner, and we might tend to put all the responsibility on the consumer, which is often who is most concerned about this issue today. It is young people. And we can't expect all young people to use all their angst about the climate into researching what is the most environmentally friendly product now and everything. So that's why I feel like standardization on sustainability and climate reporting is very important, so we don't have to do all that research ourselves. And I feel like the majority of the responsibility should be on the people in power, so that for the consumer, the most sustainable option should be the easiest, the most affordable, and most available at any time. So we don't need to make these consumer choices. It should just be evident what we're going to do. And I think that might just a general reflection on what we've been saying today, because we were talking about protocol, and I think that kind of is related to that, but not in a way, because it's something that comes from above. And when we have accepted that, that means that we have confirmed the responsibility of member states to ensure this right. And that will, of course, have a catalyzing effect trickling down. Also, just to increase the coherence of the, how do you say it, jurisprudence on human rights. Very complex word in English. So yeah, I feel like we, of course, can make individual decisions that will have an effect, but we should really think about this in a more of a systemic manner, because that is what also the IPCC has been talking about. It is a systemic revolution that we need. We can't just put all the pressure on people and consumers.
Thank you. This was a good elaboration on this. Now I would like to ask the panelists for giving us a glimpse of hope. Because when we are talking about these new emerging challenges that we are faced with, the AI and the danger of on the democracy and the social unrest, and we are talking about the new challenges when it comes to climate crisis, and there's a general fear when we are talking about something that we cannot put our finger onto. We feel that we have warmer summers, we have floods in Europe, we have forest fires and so forth, but there are lots of, when we call about the new challenges and the dire challenges that we are faced with, it has a bit of lack of hope, how to tackle these issues. And I want to give you a chance to share with us how we can bring about a little bit of hope into this discussion, because it really is a dire and very pessimistic discussion and thoughts when you think about these challenges ahead of us and already there. Tinna, you can start. Thank you.
So I think, of course, it's bad in a way, but there's also hope in this interconnectedness between the triple planetary crisis and then also human rights. So that means that a more environmentally friendly world is also a better world for every one of us regarding human rights and vice versa. So I think that we can think about, for example, trying to conquer the triple planetary crisis, its effects on human rights will have a great impact on human rights in general, and then we can keep on advancing in both spheres at the same time, and it just emphasizes that we can't be thinking about this in separate matters, as they both contribute to both exacerbate and can also help us solve the other issues. So let's rather take this as an opportunity to advance on all fronts at the same time.
Thank you. Natalie.
Yes, so I put my hope in the Council of Europe.
Oh, okay.
Because the Council of Europe is developing this AI convention. And this is a huge opportunity to set the boundaries now for the decades to come. So I urge you, don't mess up this opportunity, right? Make the most of it. Make sure that we have safeguards in place that are future-proof, because yes, the technology will evolve. So we need a broad scope so that it's not immediately outdated. And each and every one of us, every state, and the good thing with the Council of Europe's negotiations is that also the United States, Canada, Israel, Mexico, other countries are around the table and are willing to potentially sign this convention, so it can have a huge effect. But that also means there needs to be a balancing act, because they might not necessarily have the same scope in mind. So we need to get the most out of it with hopefully the most states around the table. So there is a glimmer of hope if you are bold now and take a stance on what we want and don't want with AI.
Very good, thank you. Ilse?
Yes, that's already, we're going in the right direction, I think. But I'm glad you mentioned fear, because I think we so often, and that links back to the question on the empathy and compassion we need, because it's not just that the technology doesn't have it and therefore it comes back to the human being, but the question, as I heard it, was also, where has the empathy gone from among us? Where are we as human beings? So I think that's where the fear comes in as well in that relation, and of course the ones you mentioned and the topics we have today, but also a general fear on the social economic insecurities that so many feel more than before, and of course in the last couple of years that has become worse. The fact that we've said in the UN language we have leaving no one behind, but however we mention it, we know that those who are most marginalized are not even visible. Even now, we still don't have the data on it, and we're getting the tensions in society, and of course peace and security challenges on top of that. So where is that hope? Where does it come from? Technology, of course, just one thing I wanted to mention, because it's not that we should also position this fear of the risks of AI, for instance, as something that we therefore avoid. But of course, it's also up to human beings to use it for the best. And I had a brilliant example the other day by a Norwegian military representative who told us at another conference on how they have developed a program with AI on this sort of enhanced reality experience, on making sure that their soldiers get the experience by putting that on what it feels like to be a victim or to be among the population that is under attack. What does that mean? How do you feel? In order to develop that empathy, in order to understand that we're not so distant with all of these faraway technologies we're using, that we forget that it's human beings we're talking about. And that, I think, comes to the final point, which is really the leadership, of course, by all of you, the leadership, the political leadership that is needed to tackle those fundamental issues of trust in our society. How do we rebuild that trust? And of course, it will lead to the conventions, and the rest of the instruments are certainly something that will help us in that regard as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Tini, a glimpse of hope.
Of course, we live in challenging times. We live in extremely dangerous times. And I'm not the first who is going to say that, because I'm an optimist. I'm born as an optimist and I will die as an optimist. But we are living now in real dangerous times. Things could go awfully out of hand. But at the same time, we are human beings. Everything that we are confronted with is man, woman, made. We can change it for the better. We can change it for the worse. And at the moment that we think this is undoable, the challenges are too big, climate change, pollution, the loss of biodiversity, the danger of artificial intelligence, it's too huge, then we should forget about our humbleness and then we should become proud. We are able to do so. And then think, this is my final remark, Rosa, then think back to when this Council of Europe was founded. That was at the moment when the whole continent was in ruins. Mm-hmm. We were talking about when will the Third World War start? In days, in weeks, or in months. It was clear there was no solution to solve these problems. We did. We had 75 years overall of peace. We developed the Human Rights Convention. We did have the statute on the Council of Europe that says democracy, rule of law, and human rights will be the basis of a united Europe. We delivered all together on these issues. So the moment that you say there is no hope, then I think you abuse your right as a human being, because there is always hope. It's a matter of doing it. And tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, Katrine is going to chair the summit, and she is going to take care that this summit will come up with a beautiful message of hope. I got some views on what we are going to decide. It looks great, and that is the message of hope, and that we should distribute from Reykjavik to the rest of the world. That would be my message.
Thank you, Tini. Madam Prime Minister.
No pressure.
No pressure.
Oh, the problem with humans is that they have done a lot of terrible things, and that creates fear when we look at our history. It also creates, sometimes I become extremely hopeless. When I come to the UN General Assembly and the Secretary General tells me that there are 300 years until we reach gender equality, which should be something that we shouldn't have to be talking about in the 21st century. It's just crazy that half of humanity doesn't enjoy normal human rights. It's just crazy. But as Tini said, and again I agree, if there is one thing stronger than fear, it's hope. And humans are also wonderful. And I think what always inspires me is to see people in dire circumstances, refugees, people in conflict, people who are dealing with impossible situation, and how they actually enjoy each other's company and continue to care and love each other. So I will quote Fiona, who talked about compassion. We still have compassion, we still have love, and therefore we have hope. So I continue. I was born an optimist, and I will die an optimist. And we can't afford not being optimistic, because we have so many big challenges that we need to tackle. But we have, this summit is just one link in that important chain. But I think the Council of Europe, this important institution, is really showing its importance in dealing with those huge generational challenges. And that also inspires hope. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, this was good final words for this panel. Tinna Hallgrímsdóttir, Natasha Smua, Ilse Brand-Keres, Tine Cox, and Katrín Jakobsdóttir, thank you so much for interesting discussion, and also for this afternoon. Two great panels with very good conversation and very good question on your behalf, dear colleagues and friends. And I want to thank you all for organizing these panels, and good luck with your works hereby and on forth. Thank you.
May I thank President Björk for moderating our round tables in an excellent way. I told her she could have been the president of the Parliamentary Assembly, but then she made some problems at home. But you have done your job again, Rosa Björk. Thank you very much for moderating. I think we all appreciated very much that we could have this in-depth discussion with open questions and without closed answers. So thank you very much.
My pleasure.
If I then now may ask you to sit over there, and then we will have the podium for another distinguished guest who could perhaps tell us about the enormous fears that she is confronted with, she and her people. But perhaps there's also a message of hope that the people of the country where she comes from are able to overcome the enormous challenges they are confronted with. I'm talking about Madam Svetlana Tikhanovskaya, and I would like to give the floor to her, representing the people from Belarus who are in such a tremendous struggle to regain freedom and to regain democracy. Svetlana, can I invite you?
So, good afternoon, everybody. President Cox, Madam Prime Minister, dear friends of Belarus, dear members of the Standing Committee. Today, I came to you with a very simple message from Belarusians. Be the voice of those who can't speak now. Last week, I had a call with a Belarusian woman. Her daughter and her son are both in Lukashenko's prison. They were detained in the very first days of the war. They are not activists. They never took part in protests before. But when Russia started to shell Ukraine from Belarus territory, they couldn't stay aside and went to the streets with thousands of others. Next day, police raided and crushed their house. They were taken to the KGB, probably tortured. They were forced to record a confessional video which was posted by the KGB on YouTube. This woman's son was told that he committed state treason and can be executed. Now they're held in full isolation, and even their mom doesn't know where they're about. When this woman was telling her story about her children, she said to me, "The only thing I have left is hope. And my only hope is that the world will not forget about us, so I can see my children again." I know that hope is not enough for victory, but hope can be transformed into energy and energy into actions.
This desperate woman became an activist. She began to help other families of the repressed who found themselves in the similar troubles. And my task, our common task, is to make sure that all these people, like this woman, don't lose hope. Unfortunately, her story is not the only one. Since the beginning of our revolution in 2020, 60,000 have gone through detentions. Many have been tortured, beat, and even raped. Only in April, 11 people were detained daily. Belarus became a place of lawlessness and terror. Last month, one of Lukashenko's main rivals, political prisoner Viktor Babarika, was delivered to hospital with serious condition. He was so beaten that it was hard to recognize him. Despite appeals from human rights defenders, the regime has refused to give access to him, and we don't even know if he is still alive. Since March 10, I haven't heard anything from my husband, Sergei Tikhanovsky. He was sentenced to 19 years, and my kids haven't seen him for 3 years already. Probably he's in punishment cell, and I don't want even to think about something worse. Political prisoners are hostages, and we have to speak about them every single day, and we have to support their families. We have to give them hope, give them energy. They must know that they are not abandoned. Dear President Cox, I'm eternally grateful to you and the whole PACE for paying so much attention to the situation with political prisoners in Belarus. Believe me, every statement, every resolution, every word matter. Dear friends, we fight not only against Lukashenko's tyranny, but also with Russia's occupation of Belarus. Like the brave Ukrainians, we are fighting for our freedom. Yesterday, I was in Aachen at the Charlemagne Prize ceremony. I'm very happy that the prize this year was awarded to the President Volodymyr Zelensky and the people of Ukraine. Last year, I had the honor to accept the same prize on behalf of all Belarusians who want to live in peace and freedom. The fight between tyranny and democracy, between the past and the future, unites us. Ukrainians and Belarusians have made a clear choice for freedom. There is no question, we must win. If we lose, darkness will once again fall across Europe. The opposition to the war and Lukashenko's regime in Belarus has gone underground. Big public rallies are no longer held due to the level of repressions. But over 200,000 Belarusians have joined the Victory or Перемога plan. This plan was made to coordinate covert resistance. In 2022 alone, there were over 80 acts of sabotage on the railways. One recent successful sabotage was the drone attack in February. It targeted a vital Russian surveillance plane. Many Belarusians also assist Ukrainian intelligence. They continue to monitor the movement of Russian troops within Belarus. The stance of Belarusians is clear. We oppose the war. We stand with Ukraine. It's crucial to distinguish between regime and Belarusian people. The regime has become an accomplice to Putin in this war. After the war started, we saw that many countries started to impose visa ban on all Belarusians, and it is wrong. Visa is not a luxury, but a necessity. The woman whom I mentioned earlier could call me only because she was able to leave Belarus on time when the KGB was about to knock her door. Treating Belarus and Russia differently is equally important. Belarusians don't want to be lumped together with Russians. We have chosen democracy and the rule of law in 2020, and we paid a big price for it. We are against Russia's bloody war, and we do support Ukraine. And the very fact I'm present here and speaking to you now means that you understand it. Dear friends, we want Belarus back in the Council of Europe. Belarus should no longer be a black hole when you look at the map of the Council of Europe. Because we are Europeans. We want a democratic Belarus to take its place in the European family of free nations. For me, the interest in joining the Council of Europe is about securing a future where every Belarusian can live freely, speak openly, and participate actively in the political life of our nation. It's not merely about international recognition. It's about transforming our society and establishing a true democracy where the rule of law prevails and human rights are respected. I envision a Belarus where the principles upheld by the Council of Europe are not distant ideals, but everyday realities. We are ready to work with you already and to draw on your expertise as we prepare reforms for future democratic Belarus. It will help us to prepare for the democratic transition. As I said last year, we need to bring more Belarus to the Council of Europe and more Council of Europe to Belarus. I'm very happy that the contact group between the Council of Europe and Belarus was established. Through the contact group, we already held an important event on helping independent Belarusian journalists in exile. We are planning events on abolishing gender inequality and violence against women. For leading Belarusian lawyers, we are planning a study visit to the Council of Europe. Representatives of our youth will participate in the event dedicated to abolition of the death penalty. I'm glad that PACE doesn't invite Lukashenko's cronies to its events. There is no place here for criminals. Instead, you invite representatives of Belarusian democratic forces to address the assembly. And I want to use this opportunity to ask the leaders of national delegations to the assembly to work with your governments to provide financial support to the action plan of the contact group. The list of 15 thematic areas is a good and diverse menu to choose from. We want to be practical. Your support will allow us to make a difference already now. Your support will also help us build sustainable democracy in the future. Your support today will help us join the Council of Europe soonest. And in the end, I want to thank our great hosts, Iceland, small country with a big heart. Dear Prime Minister, Minister and Speaker, by your example and your active work, you show that even small countries can make a huge difference. Having such friends, having such allies as you, gives me hope and confidence to continue our fight. I'm grateful for the invitation on the summit. You are giving us not just a platform, you are giving us a voice. You are giving a voice to all those who can't speak, but who share the same values and the same dream about free, democratic, and peaceful Europe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Svetlana. You indeed told us about the fears of your people, but you also told us about the hope, and that this organization, representing the 46 member states of the Council of Europe, could add to that hope. We wish you all the best, and we are very honored that you would be our final speaker in today's standing committee. So Once again, thank you very much. Could I now invite the Prime Minister of Iceland to come on the stage, because we have to make some final remarks. Katrin, Svetlana, please take a seat and be present at the closure of this unique standing committee. Am I on schedule? I look to, yes, Despina. A microphone for you, Katrin.
Thank you.
Officially, before I have to say, we come to the end of the standing committee. Next meeting will be in Latvia, in Riga, while Zanda is waiting for us to already start the evaluation about the implementation of what is going to be decided tomorrow, Katrin. But what would be your final remarks to our standing committee on the eve of this possibly historic summit?
Well, thank you, Tini. And I think it's already historic because we don't have a lot of leader summits in this institution. This is the fourth one. And it is, we decided to have it because of the unusual circumstances we are faced with in our continent, because we are faced with grave challenges. And I firmly believe that we will have tangible results coming from the summit, tangible decisions, so we can affirm and strengthen our solidarity with Ukraine in its defensive struggle against Russia's military aggression, as well as take concrete steps towards accountability for war crimes, to recommit to the fundamental principles of the Council, while also seeking to motivate it for future challenges. And that's what we have been talking about here today. It's very important to talk about what's happening now, but also not forget that we are faced with very grave future challenges and we need to stay very vigilant. But we ended here this panel on a note of hope, and I must say I have been inspired by the last 6 months during Iceland's presidency, inspired by the work the Parliamentary Assembly is doing, inspired by the work that the missions in Strasbourg are doing. So I will simply say I'm very hopeful, and I am very hopeful that this summit will give us good, tangible results and be a step forward.
Thank you very much, Katrin, and thank you very much for your leadership, being in the presidency of the Council of Europe during the past 6 months. You, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and your more than excellent ambassador in Strasbourg, who
she is amazing.
Yes, she has done a great job. Please convey this message, and may I say thank you very much to our standing committee, because when we decided to have this standing committee just before the summit, it was that we wanted to show the parliamentary dimension of the Council of Europe. It has an intergovernmental dimension, it has a parliamentary dimension. That was the idea. Now it has been put into practice.
Can I interrupt?
Do interrupt.
I met Tini and Despina in Harpa, I don't remember even when, November, just after we had taken over the presidency, and they were absolutely clear that there was going to be a meeting here of the standing committee, and everybody said it's going to be very complicated. And then they were absolutely clear that we are going to have this prize named after Vigdís Finnbogadóttir on gender equality, and everybody said it's going to be very complicated. And look where we are. Amazing people you have here in your leadership at the Parliamentary Assembly, been doing an amazing work, so thank you.
Oh, these are the compliments for you. The standing committee is closed. You are invited now to go outside in front of this beautiful Parliament of Iceland, because there you will be part of the proof that you did participate in this historic summit. So please now go to outside the building, go to the Helsinki building, and we put all of you on the picture, okay? Thank you very much, and thank you very much to our interpreters, the people of the staff. You all did a great job. Thank you very much.